Alright, good evening. This sounds unfamiliar. I mean, at this point in the playlist, I don't think we should have gone past where we are in the story. I don't remember hearing this music. Huh. Anti-Demon Sequentia. Yeah, I don't know where I would have heard that before. Anyway. Yeah, that was Anti-Demon Sequentia. Like, that playlist that I play off of is supposed to be in chronological order. And the 7 to 8 opening is later. Yeah. Okay. That's episode 6 somewhere. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember that one though. Huh. I wonder if it just played for a short period, or maybe something more important was going on. I was focused on that. So somebody posted on the YouTube video for last week's episode about what is this? Or wait, was it last week's episode? What was that? Hold up. Where'd it go? Let's see. I was on, yeah. Episode 7, part 1. What he was saying about... I'm thinking of, in context of the Red Truth, without Erica, there are only 16 people on the island. I think they were talking something about... right. It was... Shannon and Cannon can't be at the reception desk. Oh, the way to Erica, the wedding is when Beatrice was rushing in. Ah, okay. But yeah. So, and then that got me thinking a little bit. Where did I put that now? I was like, okay, so Erica's the 18th visitor, but even with her, there are only 17 people on the island. Both Shannon and Ken can't be at the reception desk. Only one between the two can fulfill their love. So I was wondering if maybe one of them is an illusion. I don't know. But yeah, and then I mentioned about it is a little confusing about Erica that the investigators didn't find any sign of her presence on the island. The person replied with, recommend go back to episode 1 through 4 and see if the theory works. Yeah, I don't got time for that. But I appreciate that they didn't, like, answer me yes or no. Because I don't want to be spoiled. I was sort of thinking out loud with my response there. Not call Cannon. Well, if you're talking about where I said the investigators didn't find any sign of Erica's presence on the island, that was in... Was it, like... Where was that? Was that the end of episode 6? Was that in a tea party or something? Anyway, it said after the investigation on the island, after everything happened... oh, it meant that one is a... Okay. Well, actually now I'm thinking about Cannon and Cannon. One of them could be an illusion. But if that's the case, then Battler interacted with both of them, didn't he? So they both would have had to be there. But maybe that theory doesn't work. Oh. Yeah, Battler for sure did. Yeah. And at least at that point, like, as long as Battler could see them, then it should be truth. Huh. Dan's been working there for 2 years. Yeah, I mean, I was sort of thinking along the lines of maybe one of them actually wasn't there on the days that it happened. I don't know. You're clarifying? Okay. Oh yeah, the other person I was, or that was commenting back to me on YouTube mentioned Erica had no influence on the game boards before episode 5. Is there because some people potentially hypothesized he maybe would have shown up on the island? What do I mean by his battler interacted with both? Well, I mean, he's at least seen them both. And what we see through the eyes of Battler should be true. Oh, check episode 6's tips. What exactly am I looking for here? Shannon and Cannon? Cannon. Can't execute. Cannon, but experienced servant. Normally calm, performs their job efficiently. Nothing more than pseudonyms used when on duty. Both Cannon and Shannon survived different amounts of time in episode 1 and 2. You've seen them. Execute Erica. I fell from a pleasure boat. It's currently missing. Rockenjima explosion made her accident go completely forgotten. Family says that she might have drifted to Rockenjima and gotten involved in the accident. No evidence suggesting that she was ever on the island could be found. Okay, maybe that's where I got that. Because, yeah, no evidence suggests that she was ever on the island. Forgers who know of this accident often theorize that she drifted onto Rockenjima and include her in the illusion of the witch. By the way, was there, like... Were there islands, like, right next to Rockenjima? I forget. Because I sort of wonder if she didn't drift onto Rockenjima, but maybe, like, drifted onto an island right next to it or something. Or maybe she just didn't. Right next to is a stretch. An archipelago? Okay. An archipelago. Wait, archipelago, is that like sort of triangular and then the river flows out on both sides of it? Archipelago is close enough to other islands? Or no, that's a not an archipelago. What am I thinking of? Geography. Archipelago... Wait, archipelago, is that just land surrounded by water? Small land surrounded by water? Oh, archipelago is a group of islands. Okay. Okay. We're having a geography lesson today. Who says games and reading don't teach you anything? Well, reading fantasy stories. Also, Will has seen Shannon and Canon. That's true. That is true. Hmm. Hmm. Canon when he arrived. Yeah, that was the first person he saw. Huh. Well, then what could this mean? Huh. Oh, and another thing I looked up after last week. For some reason, I thought I had remembered something about gold making chlorine, but uh, I think there's something about chlorine breaking down gold that we saw last week, and also, yeah, the electrolysis of water, salt water, produces chlorine gas. So with the battery breaking in the submarine, uh, that would cause electrolysis on the seawater with the salt, and that would produce chlorine gas. Yeah, I got hyped up about that for nothing. I was wrong. Not uncommon. uh, Yeah, I was like, oh, chlorine gas. Is that because of gold? Yeah, there's definitely gold on it. So I was right for the wrong reason. Yeah. I was thinking there was gold on the submarine, and I was right. And I was thinking that was because of chlorine gas, but I was wrong there. Classic. Unrelated, by the way, you're past the siblings and on the snake on a Commodore Hardcore. Around 30% left to go. Nice, nice. Good luck. I believe in you. You can do the thing. That was on page 2, right? Yep. Easy game overall. Yeah, I found it easier than expected. Like I went through and beat all the bosses on Nightmare. Now that was with everything collected. But yeah, I think it's easier than the past games. Although hardcore, like if you're going for hardcore, that's definitely going to be harder because I did die a lot. Okay, so last time, yeah, we found out about the submarine with the gold. We know where the gold came from now. And I think we were just getting into possible conflict. I mean, the Italians brought the gold, and then the Japanese forces, I imagine they want it too. Hmm. Hey there, Kento. How's it going? Pretty good. How you doing? We are just getting back into episode 7.
Shui.
Yeah, so Kinzo's sort of the odd man out here. Yamamoto doesn't really like him, but he uses him as a translator. So, because he's the only person that can establish contact with the Italians. The Italians were like, well, I mean, they're carrying a ton of gold, so, or 10 tons, in fact. They were being really sus, but they had to unload it or else the submarine would sink. So now everybody knows there's gold. What will they do? Kanto playing game super boring, but you have to finish it for some reason. Sometimes it just be like that. The Uncertain Last Quiet Day. I've never heard of that. Okay, Lieutenant Yamamoto.
イタリア人たちはこの黄金のことを本土へ報告しないことを望んでいます。
Oh, yeah, they don't want him to tell the mainland about the gold. Yeah. I see some possible conflict incoming.
我が国に横領されたくないからであろうな。
Like every single game you have on PC launcher, like all the free games you have already, put them in a list and hit random, playing the first game that comes up. Oof. I respect that, but oof. That's a recipe for disaster.
彼は何と？
日本が黄金を横領するのを恐れているから報告されたくないのだろうと言っている。
少尉はむしろイタリア本国に知られることを恐れているわ。
Oh.
私たちにとって今の祖国は連合国の傀儡政権。彼らに知られれば黄金は返還することになる。しかしそれは私たちの敵に黄金を渡すようなもの。
Wait, why would the gold be returned? Huh? That doesn't make sense. I mean, they have to get the gold first. They're enemies. Probably a treaty between Japan and Italy. I mean, but would that still stand? Or did they make a treaty with the new government? I mean, there's still resistance in Italy. That's where these guys came from. They're on the side of Axis. But yeah, I would find it far more likely that Japan would just take the gold. Weird. Is it a Fumo Day? It is. Love gold, yeah. Wow, didn't want to watch it. Oh, yeah. 1,811 or 81 games. Got the 11. Dang. Thought I had a lot of games, but I think I only have a few hundred. But if you have a Fumo FOMO, well, that should be no problem because you're not missing out on Fumo. Have no fear, you will not miss out on Fumo. Fumo's right here. Maybe if Japan finds out, the Allies will eventually find out as well, and then the current Italy will demand it back. True. You know, Japan's on its last legs. That's true. Yeah, because these guys were basically running away. So probably doubt that they can win the war. Yeah, and they probably assumed Japan would lose as well. So if Japan loses, then if Japan knows of the gold, then Italy would know of the gold. That makes a lot of sense. Alternate history or just history? Oh, I mean, it's sort of alternate history, I guess. Unless this really happened, like, was there a submarine with gold from Italy? Yeah, stuff that didn't happen, but in normal history. Okay, yeah. That'd be interesting if it actually did happen. I don't know, I'm sure something like this might have happened. Maybe not with this much gold, but I'm sure there were plenty of people that ran away and took valuables. Hid after the war. I mean, there was all that stuff about Nazis hiding in South America, I think? Or was it South America, or was it Africa? I don't know, one of the two. Somewhere south of the equator. Basically, yeah. Yeah, reach Japan and their allies. Yeah. They'd come all this way to make sure that the gold didn't fall into enemy hands. They needed to hide it from that puppet government until their homeland could be truly restored.
後宮、イタリア人たちに提案せよ。我々は協力を申し出たいとな。
Oh? You want to offer assistance?
協力とは
イタリア人たちの言い分はこうであろう。彼らはその黄金を祖国に知られることなく隠したいわけだ。しかし、この島から運び出そうとすれば、輸送船を手配せねばならなくなる。そうすれば本土に知られ、さらにはイタリア本国にも知られることとなる。
そうなります。つまりあの黄金はもう六軒島からは運び出せない。
Okay. So they're gonna hide it on Rockinjima. Let's see. There's still the question of how Kinzo got sole ownership of it. Well, Kinzo and Beatrice. Hey there, Piaochan. We find Nazi gold today. Germany will want it back. Yeah. I wonder if they'd give it back, though. It's interesting. I mean, it's been a long time since the war. Germany's one of our friends. Might give it back. But I mean, it was Nazi gold, so... that would be an interesting situation. But yeah, the point is, these guys don't feel like that's real Italy. They don't want them to get the gold, yeah. Their mission must have been to hide the gold in absolute secrecy until the day of their homeland's restoration. Later on, several plausible rumors would circulate about how Nazi Germany also moved much of its secret wealth to contain certain hidden areas in South America just prior to its collapse. Yeah, South America. It was a very natural conclusion to reach. That submarine was their only method of transporting the gold in secrecy, and it's become completely useless. They can't fully stop the water from seeping in, and it'll probably sink completely before much longer. Wish you could find some Nazi gold. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if you get to keep any of it. Would they give you... I mean, you probably wouldn't be able to keep all of it, or even a large amount of it, but I wonder if they'd, like, give you a bar as a finder's fee or something. So that should be worth a good amount, even if they just, like, give you a bar. Or maybe they wouldn't give you the bar itself, but like a monetary a sum of money to make up for it. Or... have they found any Nazi gold in South America? Like, is that a thing that's happened after the war? It belongs in a museum. I'll just get some reward or recognition from Germany. Yeah. Yeah, I think there definitely were Nazis that moved to South America after the war, but I wonder if they actually were able to get gold hidden there. Google says a lot was found in Argentina. Okay. Okay. Huh. sort of neat. It sort of feels a little underwhelming with the mystery partially revealed. But it's neat that they tie in historical stuff. I mean, I guess, yeah, part of what makes mystery so interesting is not knowing the answer. But yet you want to know the answers. There's no longer any way for them to transport the gold in secrecy. In other words, their mission has ended in failure here in the Far East. But just how is Lieutenant Yamamoto proposing that we assist them? I've seen Glorious Bastards. I don't know. I don't think I did. I remember seeing it advertised and everything. I don't think I ever watched it though. It's like, where could a massive amount of unknown gold possibly have come from? Yeah, the answer is Axis gold. It's pretty neat. Yeah. It's a neat little tie-in.
この六軒島基地は誰も知らぬ秘密基地だ。近隣の島民たちはこの島を不吉な無人島と信じて近寄りもしない。言っている意味がわかるか、後ろ宮。
彼は何と？
前にも話した通り、この六軒島基地は誰にも知られていない。見ての通り、戦略価値は何もなく、上層部にもすでに忘れられてる。注意は、この島に黄金を隠してはどうかと提案したいみたいだ。
You know, I know they say no, like nobody really knows or cares about the base anymore, but it just strikes me as odd that there's, like, in the background there's cobwebs and tilted picture frames and whatnot. Like, surely military personnel would at least clean things up. I mean, it's not like they have a whole lot to do. They keep working on expanding the base, but it's not like that's super important. Yeah, if only to pass the time, exactly. That just occurred to me. It strikes me as odd. Oh, we have the Darth Vader voice?
Okay. I should probably not have this on, but I mean, I'm not reading for the characters anymore. We'll do it. Yeah, World War II movie, when it first came out, people got mad spoiled. Or mad someone spoiled, saying Hitler dies at the end. I mean, well, I guess I could sort of see why people would get upset with that, because it is a work of fiction. But, well, I mean, they could have had it be different, but still, yeah, it's not really much of a spoiler. And did the person even know it, or were they just joking? I have to wonder. Yeah, the internet gets upset so easily. Like with what Power World is having happen right now. I'm not gonna go into that whole discourse, but it's been very interesting to watch everybody talk about Power World. Sounds less like Vader and more like disguise Leia has on in Return of the Jedi. Man, I don't hear myself because it would mess me up. Let me hear myself for a bit. What's the deal with power? Oh, maybe I should talk in a deeper voice. Yeah, that's better. So, the deal with Power World right now is that people are suspecting it of being AI-based, or at least some of the work being AI-generated. Yeah, it's Pokemon with guns. Basically. Well, Arc with Pokemon with guns. And so we got the whole AI debate, even though people aren't 100% sure that it uses AI. And there's like all of the stuff about how similar it is to Pokemon, and I think that's most of the bad stuff. Well, most of the things people are arguing about. Someone made a mod to make it all Pokemon. It got taken down. Odd that they would take down a mod just for that. I mean, a mod isn't... Well, unless they charged for it. Yeah, there's so many mods that, like, transform things into all kinds of copyrights. And as long as they don't sell them, they should be fine. Unless maybe the mod hosting website didn't want to open that whole can of worms. Oh, Nintendo shut it down. Interesting. I don't know what jurisdiction they would have over that, but... Well, they do tend to be rather lawyer-happy. People forget that, but Nintendo likes to go after people they don't have any business going after. Oh, he was selling it? Okay. Yeah, if he's selling it, that's a clear violation. Switch flashcards now. In the Caribbean, the ice cream trucks use the Mario theme song. Yeah, it's harder to go after something like that if it's like local and IRL. It's much easier to take something down from the internet. Or at least go after something on the internet. But yeah, so anyway, that's... Everybody on Twitter is up in arms about Pal World on one side or the other. And it's just quite something to watch. But anyway, back to Umineko. Beatrice quickly translated this and told Lieutenant Angelo. He began discussing something rapidly with his subordinates. They didn't look happy. Japan may have been their ally, but they probably didn't want to leave the gold for reconstructing their motherland in Asian hands. Still, it was hard to imagine any other option for them. Yeah. I'm sure you've seen plenty of stuff here. Nintendo characters on marketing. I'm crazy with made with AI, does it matter? Fun, what does it matter? A lot of people care. What's the value? You can't really fight it. Like takes skills from people and people are against touching style skills. Develop some kind of things helpful. The biggest thing about AI is that it's trained well, okay, how should I explain this? The AI system that puts these things together, or at least most of them, used to draw from so many different artists' works without permission. So it's trained on the work of artists without the artist's permission, and that is basically stealing. So that I think is the big thing there. Think of AI art like a collage. You're using parts of other people's work to create a new work. So you're directly taking a piece of another person's artwork and pasting it together. Now, so like I said, I think that should fall under the rules of collage. But the thing there is it takes things that have already been made and it puts them together. And normal artists have to draw everything from scratch. Unless they trace, which would also be not good. Tracing is frowned upon, and well, like if you plan to sell it. You can copy a style, but in my opinion, you need to do it yourself. There should be no tracing. Like if you plan to sell it. I am getting a little into this, aren't I? I was like, no, we're not getting into this discussion, and here I am, getting into this discussion. And for parts that are small enough, can you really tell anymore? I don't, like I said, I don't know exactly the rules of, doing collage work, but I believe AI art should fall under the rules of collage art. And Fortnite clone lead on a strip or a big on... people streaming it a lot? Because people stolen that AI stuff? 1v1? Well, I don't know what that's about.
Okay, back to normal voice. Let's see. Yeah, I don't want to go too far to that, but remember there's a Medal of Honor game called Warfighters? I don't remember that one. Yeah, it's interesting name. Very generic, yeah. Naming of a football game, throw catcher. Yes. Throw catcher. My favorite sport. Oops. But yeah. So I mean, there is, I think there's like certain laws about collage is fair use sometimes, but you have to like be in certain rules. I don't know if like, I don't know. Either way, there has to be rules. I've heard people come up with like it's capitalism, it's free market, the free market will decide. There have to be rules or else we're just libertarian. And that doesn't work. Well, I guess libertarian is not an economic system. Let's see. There have to be rules for capitalism or else it just descends into chaos. Now, am I the one to make those rules? No. I'm not a politician. So I generally try to stay out of these conversations. Vote for me. Oh no. Look, I can barely be trusted to control people while streaming. We try to make me do lols. Oh my goodness. That's a good way to get chaos right there. About like pop art, Andy Warhol's art was sometimes just pictures with different filters over and over. Huh. I mean, did he take those pictures or did he... I'm not familiar with Andy Warhol art. Did I demod you? Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I demodded you. I gave you VIP though. Can't abuse your mod powers. But yeah, I just figured. Now, nothing against you for that, but you don't come around super often anymore. So I figured rather than just having you be a mod, we'll yeah, like I said, just VIP. It'll keep things less confusing if I ever do get other mods. I don't know. Good to be proactive. But yeah, like I said, nothing against that. Come whenever you want. And this applies to anyone. Come whenever you want. Leave whenever you want. I'm happy whenever you're here. I appreciate you all. But yeah. Be a mod whenever you want. Oh no, the chat's full of mods. Yes, chaos. Excellent. I am a proponent for balanced chaos. Was playing Arcanus the other day with some guys. Sometimes I act strategic. Sometimes I go suicide bomber. Balanced chaos. We need a little chaos in our lives, don't we? Okay, you know what? Vote for me. Let's do this. I'm a politician now. Let's put a little chaos in here. Oh my. Am I the Joker? Yes. It's more about sending a message.
少尉は板挟みになってるわ。
Oh. Yeah, I just think we should remain loyal. Wait a minute. So, some say that they should remain loyal to their homeland no matter what the cost. What? I mean, aren't they technically loyal to their homeland? They just... like, they think they should be reclaiming it themselves? I don't know. That's a weird way to look at it. People don't want to leave the gold here in the Japanese base. Okay. I guess that could be seen as disloyalty, I guess. The final order given to them by their fallen homeland was to hide the gold. However, by now, there was no way for that order to be carried out successfully. If the mainland or their own homeland found out, the gold would probably be confiscated by the wrong people, from their point of view. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like what they're going for. If they really wanted to carry out their homeland's orders faithfully, Lieutenant Yamamoto's proposal was extremely reasonable. Oh, okay. So... yeah, they just didn't want to let the mainland find out. So this would be a good option for them. Though he couldn't understand their words, he seemed to realize how divided they were.
我々が協力すれば、あの黄金を厳重に隠すことができるぞ。
Oh, it says they were divided, so... yeah, so they are divided on whether or not to hide it here.
幸いなことに、廃棄された地下壕が長々とこの島の地下を横断している。
この島の地下に黄金を隠して埋めれば誰にも発見できないと言ってる。
現実的な申し出だと議論してるわ。でも日本人の手を借りるのに抵抗を感じてるみたい。
議論が難航しているようです。
議論の余地などあるのか、イタリア人。我々の協力なくはあの黄金は隠せんぞ。まさかいつまでも波打ち際に積み上げておくわけにもいくまい。
Doesn't this guy sound so trustworthy?
アンジェロ少尉は黄金のことを知る人間を最小で抑えたいみたい。日本人は信用できないけど、山本中尉の申し出が今は最善と見てるみたいよ。でもいぶかしがってるわ。
Yeah. I mean, what are you talking about? He's the most trustworthy guy. Why would he be suspicious?
何を
10トンの黄金を隠すという労力の提供と守秘義務を彼らが本当に無償で提供してくれるのかとね。
Oh yeah, he hasn't said anything about compensation. Yeah, I thought he would like ask for a little bit of the gold or something. Yeah, not asking for that would be super sus. Although if he did ask for it, it would be questionable on whether they would accept or not. Oh? Dang, that's a large chunk.
注意、それはまさか。
あの黄金の半分を我々によこせ。それを手間賃に残りの半分を厳重に隠してやろう。
That is reasonable, though. I mean, from their side, they want gold, and from the Italian side, it would be it would be extremely hard to get the gold off the island without it being noticed, and two, when they ask for half the gold, it makes them more believable that they'll actually hide the other half for them. I mean, if you do give too little, there could be the question of, well, what if they want a little more? I mean, there's still that question, what if they want, like, what if they try and take it all? But, I mean, 50% is more believable.
半分をよこせと言ってる。
The instant Beatrice translated that sentence, Lieutenant Angelo slammed his hands on the desk and stood up. Instead of flinching, Lieutenant Yamamoto, true to his boasts of once being a thug who everyone feared, actually looked even more relaxed and confident than he had previously. I think the Japanese do outnumber them.
本来なら断りようのない話だ。8割を要求してもおかしくない。それを敬意を表して五分と五分にしようと提案しているのだ。これは我々だけに優位な話ではない。
Oh, let me move Fumo over a little bit. Cutting off the end of sentences. Or the end of the lines. There we go, that should be good.
Italian 人たちが外部にこのことを漏らせば、全ての黄金は日本かイタリアに接収されるだろう。我々には1円たりとも転がり込んでこない。我々は全員が共犯でなくてはならないのだ。
全員に着服の共犯になれと言ってる。周囲はすでに軍人としてでなく個人として話をしている。
なんてこと。黄金に目がくらんだのね。
Lieutenant Yamamoto was grinning. It really did look as though he had been blinded by greed, just as Beatrice said.
あのまま山積みにしていれば、やがて本土から来る迎えの連中の目にいやおうなく入る。そうなれば、ここにいる誰もが得をしないぞ。我々の申し出を受けて、早急に黄金を隠すべきだ。
アンジェロ少尉は日本政府やイタリア政府にはどうしても知られたくないみたい。彼は自分が与えられた任務に最後まで責任を持ちたいみたいよ。
つまりどういうことだ。
何割かを口止め料として与えてでも島内に地中深く埋めることを望んでるわ。もちろん下士官たちには異論もあるみたい。5割は問題外だと憤慨してるわ。
後ろ宮、イタリア人たちの感触はどうだ。
彼らも黄金がこれ以上の人目につくことを望んでいないようです。しかし取り分に異論があるようです。
少尉は1割ならば検討できると言ってるわ。
Ooh, that sounds like a bit too low. don't think you're gonna be satisfied with that.
無論山本中尉がそれで納得しないだろうとも言ってるけど。
Yeah, even Angelo knows.
後宮、イタリア人の返事はいかに。
1割なら検討すると。
This time, it was Lieutenant Yamamoto who slammed down on the desk. But the Italians didn't flinch either. An incredible tension filled the small room. However, despite his violent outburst a second ago, Lieutenant Yamamoto's expression still looked smug and in control. He was probably confident that he now had the initiative.
1割 ?1 割か。それいいだろう。なら1割を譲ってやろう。しぶろくだ。
Okay, we bargaining.
これ以上は譲らんと伝えろ。
40% for the Japanese, 60% for the Italian. The lieutenant was talking tough, but in truth, these negotiations weren't being made on an equal footing. If the Italians had just wanted the gold for themselves, there wouldn't have been much of a problem. But what if? What if they were true patriots and decided to return the gold for the purpose of reconstruction, even to the defeated puppet government of their homeland? If so, they would probably report the existence of the gold to the Italian embassy. Eventually, the Italian government would petition the Allied nations for the retrieval of their gold. Probably wouldn't make it all back to Italy, but it might be used effectively to repair and rebuild their battered towns. If that happened, Lieutenant Yamamoto and his friends would only be able to sneak out a few ingots at most. He was greedily planning to make his own treasure island, or make this his own treasure island, so that he and his subordinates could have an enormous fortune all to themselves. If he wanted to succeed, the Italians would have to keep the presence of the gold quiet.
しかし疑問だ。アンジェロ少尉が誰にも黄金を渡したくないなら、沈みゆく潜水艦に任せて沈めればよかったはず。どうして荷上げを？
That's a good question.
考えたくはないけれど、命令が遂行不能になった時点で少尉はこの黄金を横領することを考え始めたのかも。
Okay.
彼は今下士官たちに軍人としての意見と祖国に家族が待つ一個人としての意見を聞きたいと言っているわ。堅物の下士官たちが激高してる。
The discussion between the Italians was becoming fierce and emotional. Though their homeland had fallen, they had all come this way in accordance with its orders. They had probably been given this mission because they were particularly faithful and duty-minded troops. It seemed they couldn't just agree to a foreigner's proposal to embezzle and split up the gold. Lieutenant Angelo looked like he was doing all he could to calm the unexpectedly fervent rage of his subordinates. Looks like the gold is blinding them, too. Everyone's mixing up their true feelings with how they want to be seen. They can't make up their minds.
奴らの返答はいかに？後宮！
リーチェ、周囲が返事を求めてる。
考える時間が欲しいと言ってるわ。私はあなたと話せたから気が紛れてよかったけれど、他の人たちはそうじゃないの。とても長い後悔の果てに大勢の仲間を失って 極限状態でここにいるわ。唯一の心の拠り所だった任務ももはや喪失してる。どうすればいいのか彼らも分かってないの。
注意、彼らは時間が欲しいと言っています。
いいとも、大いに議論したらいい。しかし時間はないぞ。隠すとなったら時間と手間がかかる。明日の正午までに結論しろ。以上だ、イタリア人ども。
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, they gotta do it before the boat comes.
回答期限は明日の正午だそうだ。周囲まるで脅迫だ。
少尉は全員の意見を聞くと言ってるわ。
感触は
多分難航するわ。少尉自身は山分けもあり得ると考えてるみたいだけど、下士官や他の仲間たちは多分反対するわ。みんなこの極東までの航海で大切な仲間を大勢失ってる。彼らは頑なに祖国への忠誠を貫きたがってる。
周囲の申し出は断ると。
断ってもどうせ黄金は誰かの手に渡るわ。何も残らないならせめてインゴットの一本ずつでも密かに持ち帰ろうという少尉の言い分に同調者も出そうだけど、こういう時の男って勢いだけが迷走するわ。私も見当がつかない。イタリア人たちの胸中は複雑でしょうね。
彼らにとって降伏後のイタリアは敵国同然だろう。黄金をそのイタリアに返還するのは彼らの長い旅路を全て否定するのと同じだ。
しかし黄金を着服して山分けすることも彼らの旅路の否定になります。
Well, I mean, their whole voyage is. I mean, okay, not entirely meaningless. Yeah. I mean, the guy in charge died, and any plans that he had went with him. As long as I can keep a large chunk of the gold, that would still be better than nothing.
彼らが義理立てすべき祖国はすでに滅んだ。その時点で彼らの旅路の意味などもう失われてる。気の毒な話だ。
どうせ意味のないことならインゴットの一本でもありつけた方がまだマシだと。
Yeah.
損得感情で言えばそうなる。そうならねえのが男ってもんだがな。
Yeah. Not so simple. The Italians were gathered in a cramped room, arguing fiercely.
反対です。死んだ戦友たちのためにも断固軍人魂を貫くべきです。
貫くとはどういうことか。この島に黄金を隠せということか。東洋人たちの申し出を受けるということか。
東洋人たちは信用できません。特にあの山本という男、断じて油断できません。
黄金を荷上げして日本人たちに見られたのはやはり失敗でした。艦と共に沈めるべきでした。
日本人の基地で沈めてどうする。
やがていつかは引き上げられる。隠したことにはならない。いずれにせよ、この島から黄金を誰にも知られずに運び出す方法はない。洋上で名誉ある自鎮を選んでいたらこんなことには。艦のダメージが致命的だったことがあの時点で分かっていたら。どうしてあの時少佐は日本軍に救援要請を。日本軍にこの黄金のことを知られたら少佐はどう任務を遂行するつもりだったんだ。少佐が救援要請を出した時点で我々の任務はもう失敗していたんだ。
I mean, it probably saved your lives, but okay. You go ahead and think that.
諸君にも祖国で待つ家族がいるはずだ。そして極東の島国までよく航海に耐えた。それに対するこれは正当な報酬なのだという考え方もある。あの時日本人に助けなど求めていなかった。死んだ親友たちが浮かばれてこんな目に。
少尉、日本人が友好的でない場合、我々は最終的解決手段を辞さない覚悟が必要です。
Oh boy. Who could have seen this coming?
伍長、最終的解決手段とは何か。
Someone gulped. A stiff tension hung over the room.
日本人たちはたるみ切っています。実戦経験もない腰抜けばかりです。我々は精兵です。すでに基地内の間取りのほぼ全てと日本人の人数、配置状況は把握しています。少尉の命令があれば短時間で制圧できるでしょう。戦闘員と思わしきは山本を含めて数人程度。残りは軍属の作業員風情です。上辺の人数は日本人が上ですが、実質兵力ではこちらが優位です。
日本人を殺せば迎えの船が来た時それをどう説明する。ごまかしようがないぞ。
死体さえ見つからなければどうとでもごまかせます。少尉、この基地を制圧するのは容易です。山本以下主要な兵士数人を殺してみせればあっさりと作業員たちは降伏するでしょう。彼らに黄金を運ばせ地中に埋めましょう。もちろん彼らの口は永遠に塞ぎますが。
Wow. What great allies.
日本人たちを皆殺しにするということか。
殺しましょう。全員殺せば黄金のことは誰にも知られずに済むのです。
At that moment, the supposedly locked door opened slightly, and a metal object was thrown in. Oh boy. It begins. As the yell rang out, the table was kicked over to be used as a shield, and they all dropped to the floor. However, in this cramped room, it probably wouldn't do them any good. The Italians were all prepared for death. Fortunately, the shoddy grenade was a dud. The door was slammed open, and 3 Japanese soldiers wielding pistols jumped in. Yeah, that was pretty lucky.
イタリア人ども殺せ殺せ殺せ。応戦しろ。各自自由発砲。
In this small room, no matter who shot where, it was bound to hit someone. The exchange of bullets instantly caused a rain of blood, with casualties on both sides. The three who had jumped in were covered with bullet holes and fell over, moaning and thrashing. The grenade was still rolling about on the floor. It had been a surprise attack. Lieutenant Yamamoto had probably judged that negotiations wouldn't go his way and decided to make the first move. Or maybe he'd been planning from the beginning to put them in a position where they'd be gathered in one place to discuss his offer. I mean, what if they just had some guys waiting outside to see what they said? I wouldn't put it past him for him to plan this all ahead of time, but he could have also seen, like, how their talk was going. He could suspect them of trying to kill the Japanese first, which they had almost done. Rokkenjima was their island. If they killed all the Italians, then not half, but all of the gold would go to the Japanese. There was a chance the grenade might go off late. The Italians rushed out into the corridor. They heard gunfire from down the hallway. It was coming from the direction of the submarine dock. Clearly, the troops guarding the pile of gold were being attacked. So not all the Italians were there. Okay. No translator except Kinzo. That's true. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I guess they couldn't have just waited. Yeah, it must have been pre-planned. Good job pointing that out. Thank you.
少尉、ご命令を。やむを得ん。日本人は殺せ。注意。あいつら敵ます。この連中ただの船乗りじゃね
え。なるほど。黄金の番人を任されるだけの兵士ということか。
なるほど。
人数はこちらが上だ。焦らず囲んで殺せ。イタリア人狩りだ。
Epilepsy. As soon as I heard the sound of repeated gunfire, I knew that something, which had been smoldering since the time the gold was unloaded, had finally burst. The eyes of our soldiers looking at that gold hadn't been normal. Yes, those eyes had been entranced by demons. The Italians had been pushed to the limits by the heavy burden they bore. Who wouldn't have snapped after being trapped in a distant land where you can't understand the language or the writing? Thinking I had to do something, I ran toward the sound of gunfire. Looking back on it, that was an extremely stupid thing to do. That sound meant that there were people shooting at each other. People killing each other. And yet, unarmed as I was, I dashed toward the sound, as though I was trying to mediate some schoolyard fight. It didn't take long before I learned how foolish and naive that was in the heat of battle. Warrant Officer Hiraoka was lying face down, his entire body drenched in blood. Judging by the trail of blood behind him, it was clear that he had somehow managed to crawl here from a different room before dying. No, he was still twitching. He might not be dead yet. But on this island without a doctor, No, even if we had a doctor, who could possibly save a man who had been shot this many times in the chest? When I looked into the room he must have crawled out of, I saw 2 more blood-stained Japanese corpses. Oh, was that the room they threw the pipe bomb into? I fell backwards pathetically on my butt, my mouth hanging open in shock. Come to think of it, that was the first time I had ever faced death in my life. The entire world was at war. Even though millions were dying both east and west, this was the first time I'd met with a person's death directly. Ridiculous. Didn't I join the army hoping to die? Didn't I whine about not being sent to the front lines? Yeah, so rejoice, Kinzo. Isn't this the death you were looking for? Why not spread your hands and yell out loud? Come for me, magnificent death. Someone came running toward me. It was a colleague of mine, a Japanese man. Kajima-kun. He dashed toward me, pale-faced and out of breath. His face seemed horribly contorted with terror. Mine probably looked the same.
Tajima-kun,何があったんだ?
Someone yelled in Italian, and at the same time, Tajima-kun let out a scream. Then he grabbed onto me as he fell to the floor. A red stain was spreading across his back before my eyes. Rip Tajima-kun. As he spat bubbles of blood, he said that one word and died. The shock of seeing someone die right in front of me did not freeze my heart. At a fundamental level, all living things are unconcerned with the death of others. The one thing that matters is whether they themselves die or not. It was the barrel of the gun that the Italian soldier was pointing that froze my heart. Tajima-kun's back burst once more as he leaned against me. Flesh tore, blood splattered. The warm splash of it covered my face. Was the Italian still trying to finish him off, even though he had stopped moving for good? How foolish I've been. Can I still not understand the scene in front of me? Rejoice, Kinzo. Now you'll finally get what you wanted all this time. The Italian hadn't fired to finish off Tajima-kun. He had been aiming at the man Tajima-kun had fallen on. Me, Ushiromiya Kinzo. I pushed his corpse aside, scrabbled against the floor, and dashed away, tumbling over myself. My hands had pushed off against the floor hard enough to tear off the ring finger fingernail on my left hand. When faced with death, humans truly can resist with all they've got. I tumbled over and over as I ran, scraping up parts of my body. It was painful, hot. But that didn't matter at all. I heard the yelling in Italian come from behind me over and over again. Felt like they were running, chasing after me. I didn't want to look back, so I kept on running and running, as though the Italians were right behind me. This is death. Didn't you want to die? No, I don't want to die. Why? Didn't I want to die so badly? But now I know. I know how wonderful it is to be alive. She taught me. She did. I can only be free when I talk with her. No. By talking with her, I finally came alive for the first time. I was born. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. I don't want to die. I want to live and see her right now. If I don't see her, I'll die. I'll be killed. Stay cool, Kinzo. She might be killed too. If you live and she dies, you might as well be dead. Before I knew it, my face was covered in tears, snot, and saliva. When I stumbled into something and fell, I was finally able to come to my senses a little. I could still hear intermittent gunfire. The gunfight was still going on, and it had spread throughout the entire base. Ichi, are you okay? I'll find her and take her to a safe place. The lieutenant will probably kill all the Italians to steal the gold. Ichi probably won't be an exception. I lived for the first time after meeting you. I was born, so if you die, I'll die again. I could feel every cell in my body being reborn, not as Ushiromiya Kinzo, but as a completely different Kinzo. Of course, I was terrified that I might really be shot if I went back. But I didn't want to die anymore. Truly die. So I was able to overcome my fear. Oh boy. Here's the Patchwork Chimera.
君は知らなくていい。そこにじっと隠れていろ。同胞が呼びかけるまで出てくるんじゃない。
Is this Patchwork Chimera?
イタリア人の声が聞こえた。そこにいるぞ。
くそ、誰東洋人め。
Bruh. Ruben stood with Beatrice behind his back and neatly shot the two men rushing at him with two 9mm bullets from his Beretta M1934. However, one of the 8mm bullets from their Type 94 semi-auto pistols went straight into Ruben's chest. Although, yeah, this is a Patchwork Chimera. It's a different one, similar. Maybe the organ got me. All three of the shooters were struck in the chest and fell down in a heap. Ooh. I took two with him. Uh-oh. The next person to appear was the commanding officer of the Japanese soldiers, Yamamoto. The blast of 3 guns had just sounded. Adding on Beatrice's screams, it was hardly surprising that he had noticed the encounter. Yamamoto spat. Beatrice used that moment to snatch up Ruben's gun.
躊躇なく銃を拾おうとするとはイタリア女は実に物騒だ。くそ、二人がかりでしくじりやがって。
He spat this last part at the two dying men who lay moaning at his feet. However, what had happened to them wasn't particularly surprising. It wasn't the first time it had happened either. In this tiny, cramped tunnel, nearly everyone had met head-on. When both sides shot recklessly in such a situation, the result was two corpses. So whoever sensed another person and pulled the trigger quickest won. That was the only way to survive this battle without a bullet in your chest. Because of this, both Japanese and Italians had killed each other without hesitation. They sometimes even pulled the trigger on oncoming allies. In the midst of all this were several Japanese men who had stumbled into the fight, wondering what was going on. Outside, is this Kuina? Still trying to think what music this is. It didn't matter whether the other person was holding a gun or not. Everyone had reflexively pulled the trigger at the sight of anyone other than themselves, trying to stay alive. The entire base had been wrapped up in this slaughter. There was a fierce gun battle taking place on the submarine dock, and a massacre resembling a hunt was taking place inside the base. Most of the non-combatants assigned to this base were killed before they knew what was going on. The Italians were indeed quite seasoned troops, but their numbers began to drop bit by bit. Bloodstained corpses were scattered everywhere. At first, it had probably been a proper gunfight. However, as their minds began to grow weary and numb, it devolved into that most basic cause of wars throughout humanity: the desire to kill all foreigners you don't understand. Whenever they heard words they didn't understand, they pulled the trigger. By that point, the screams of foreigners sounded no different from those of man-shaped beasts. Either Guna or the girl's witch hunt? I think it's the former? Okay. Yeah, I got confused by the organ. After all, they couldn't understand pleading in another language. So it had long turned into a mere massacre. As the number of dead surpassed the number of living, silence began to return to the base. Just when it felt as though everyone had died, and you could hear the desolate sound of the wind blowing through the caves, there would be a sudden scream, the crisp sound of a gun, and you'd remember that the massacre wasn't over yet. It is Kuina? Okay. This happened over and over again, and eventually true silence fell. It marked the pitiful end for those led astray by gold. It's not over yet, is it? The leader of the Italian soldiers, Angelo, had managed to survive somehow. He encountered nothing but the corpses of friend and foe. All was quiet once more in the base. If he was careless enough to call out, he might be shot from the shadows somewhere. So he snuck around like a panther, breathing quietly and searching for his remaining enemies. There was no sign or trace of any living person. Maybe all of the people in this base had died. The Japanese struck first, but at that time, we were also talking about killing them. They simply made the first move as military men. So perhaps we should be grateful for this day. Even if the boat had come to pick us up, there would have been no honor left for us. We would have been mere failures in our mission, unfit to face our dead comrades. Perhaps dying here in the Far East alongside my gun is a more fitting end for a soldier. I noticed the sound of shuffling feet coming from around the corner and strained to hear. Someone seriously wounded and dragging their feet? Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. Noticing them before they notice me greatly helps my chances. At this stage, there's no point in taking prisoners. We must dispose of all the Japanese. I'll dash around the corner, quickly check to see who they are, and shoot if it's a Japanese person. Nothing more. I've been hiding my footsteps the whole time. They probably don't know I'm here. Once the shuffling footsteps had come close enough, Angelo leaned around the corner and raised his gun. The voice that reached him spoke Italian. Yep.
貴様貴様を探していたぞ、アンジェロ少尉。これで全員だな。俺はしっかり貴様らの死体を数えて回ってたんだからな。
Blood poured from Angelo's chest. His gun fell to the floor. Then his knees. And then the rest of his body crumpled and stopped moving. Yamamoto's accuracy with a gun wasn't particularly stellar. However, Angelo had waited until they were fairly close before jumping out, so Yamamoto had made the shot. He had managed to hit, even with a short-barreled handgun in one hand, and a woman as a hostage in the other.
それにしても我が六軒島守備隊の情けないことよ。まさか私以外は全員死んだのではあるまい。やれやれクズども。
女を盾に取らなきゃ戦えない人手なし。離して。
静かにしろ。イタリア女は実に騒がしい。おとなしくしてれば命までは取らんという。
It was such an obvious lie that even he wore a brittle smile. Oh, bitter smile. The Italians were spies working for the enemy, and they all died along with the garrison in a gunfight. Since this was the story Yamamoto wanted to tell, he couldn't afford to have any Italian survivors. By this point, he wouldn't be able to keep the entire pile of gold, but he should be able to grab as many as he could carry. Even that would be worth a huge amount of money. Beatrice suddenly swung her head, smashing Yamamoto's nose hard. She almost managed to escape. However, Yamamoto quickly grabbed her leg and tripped her. He fell onto her back, and Yamamoto mercilessly stomped his foot down on her stomach and pointed his gun at her.
彼女は無関係だ。
I was hoping you would shoot Yamamoto, but no, he's got to say something.
話してやれ。
Kinzo had jumped out from the shadows. He was holding a gun he had stolen from one of the corpses.
後ろ宮か。おう、生きておった。
彼女を離せ。苦しがってる。
貴様であろう。イタリア人どもに攻撃があることを密告したのは。
Well, oh my. Well, he probably just wants to kill Kinzo so he has full control of the gold.
何の話だ。
Yamamoto didn't know that the grenade had been a dud. He had been sure that the surprise attack would work, but it hadn't. So he'd assumed that Kinzo must have tipped them off. Oh, no, he's just stupid. Okay. Why would Kinzo even know? Oh.
貴様のせいで奇襲が失敗してこのざまだ。この裏切り者め。貴様がこのイタリア女を通じて内通していたことはお見通しよ。
あなたが黄金に目がくらんだからこの事態を招いたのではないのか。
Maybe you overheard? Yes, that could be possible. But yeah, Yamamoto's just paranoid, I guess.
逃げて金蔵。この男は命乞いしてる人も撃ったわ。あなたも撃たれる。
喋るな、イタリア女。もう一度口を聞いたら容赦なく撃つぞ。
Come on, Kinzo, just shoot him. Yamamoto ground his heel into Beatrice's gut.
よせ、やめろ。彼女は何の関係もない。
ああ？銃を上官に向けるとはどういうつもりか。
Please, my guy, shoot. Honestly, think a betrayal by Kinzo would be more likely than a grenade randomly not going off. Not more likely, more believable. Well, the thing about World War II grenades is that there were a lot of duds. Grenades back then were not as reliable as they are now. So, I mean, I guess that would still be more believable, but it wouldn't be that rare of an occurrence. Yeah. I mean, that's fair to not know, because I mean, that's... I imagine it's not something that many people are interested in anymore. But one way you can sort of tell there is that they realized that it was a dud so quickly. Like, but yeah, there were a lot of grenades that just didn't work. Now, I mean, they worked enough times to make them worthwhile, but it was not a rare occurrence for them to be a dud.
頭を冷やせよ、愚か者め。私とお前で口裏を合わせれば、あの黄金の山は私たちだけのものではないか。私一人では少々をくすねるくらいしかできんが、お前と二人でならもっと多くの数をくすねることができる。召喚面をするつもりはないぞ。男同士二人できっちり山分けしようじゃないか。
But you see, Kinzo isn't blinded by gold. At least, not at this point. Well, I guess he was never really blinded by gold. All he wanted was Beatrice. Sort of feel bad for him. Just a little bit. I mean, what he did with the second Beatrice was still pretty yikes. That was pretty yikes, but you do gotta feel for him a little bit.
五分五分に分けようと言ってあなたは彼らの寝首をかこうとしたのではないのか。
後ろ見どうやら貴様は黄金より鉛の方がお好みらしいな。
Without any hesitation, Yamamoto raised the barrel of his gun toward Kinzo and pulled the trigger. It grazed Kinzo's right ear. Dang, he lucky. If Yamamoto's aim had been just a bit better, the bullet would have slammed into Kinzo's face. Not letting Yamamoto's momentary distraction go to waste, Beatrice lashed out and planted her right foot in Yamamoto's crotch. Ooh. After moaning in pain, a demonic expression flashed across Yamamoto's face, and he stomped on her chest. Oh my goodness, Kinzo, why are you so useless? Beatrice shut her eyes tightly, hoping that she could withstand the coming pain. No one wants to watch the moment they got shot. Or get shot. Drip, drip, drip. A blood splash poured out of Yamamoto's chest.
あんたがあんたの都合で大勢の命を奪ったように私も私の都合であんたの命を 奪う
Could Yamamoto hear Kinzo's words until the end? In his last moments, he seemed to grin. Then, slowly, he fell backward with a spurt of blood.
Kinzo! 無事なの？てっきりあなたが撃たれたと。
Oof. Okay, so there's how they got the gold. Beatrice seems pretty badly injured. How'd they hide it? Beatrice tried to stand up, but then doubled over and started coughing.
ビーチェ、怪我をしたのか？
あばらが痛むわ。その人でなしが激しく踏んだものだから。
Yeah, darn it, Kinzo, why are you so useless? Should have shot him earlier.
大丈夫か？折れていなければいいんだが。
これくらいで折れるほどイタリア女はやわじゃないの。でもありがとう。あなたは命の恩人だわ。あなたが来なければ私はきっとそこに転がっていたわ。
Yamamoto had shown no mercy. Her ribs were probably cracked. We didn't have the option of waiting, possibly for several days, for the ship that was coming. I made the decision to carry her away from the island. The man who kept yelling about preserving the secrecy of the base is lying there dead. The next island over, Nijima, is close. Ah, Is this where he meets Nanjo? A small boat should be more than enough to get us there.
君を病院へ運ばなければならない。君が思っているより傷が深かったらいけない。
知らなかった。この島には病院もあるのね。
ない。隣の島へ船で運ぶ。君は病院へ。私はこの島での出来事をうまく片付けないと。とばっちりで軍法会議者だ。
Yeah, you know who's a great doctor? Nanjo!
頼みがあるの。私を病院へ連れて行かないで。
どうして？
病院へ行って大使館に連絡が行けば、私はやがて本国へ送還されるわ。そしてきっとあれこれと尋問を受けるんだわ。私はママを見殺しにした奴らを自分の祖国とは認めないの。
Oof.
もう私の帰るべき祖国はないの。ここが私の終点だから、もう私はどこへも行きたくないの。私に優しくしてくれたアンジェロ少尉もルーベンスもみんな死んでしまった。
だから君までここで死ぬと？イタリア女はヤワじゃないんだろ？生きるんだ。
ねえ金蔵、生きるってどういう意味？あなたが教えてくれたはずよ。生きるってのはただ息をすることじゃないわ。私はイタリアへ帰りたくないの。
ビーチ。
あなたは私と出会うまで死んでいたと言ってくれたわ。でもそれは私も同じなの。潜水艦の中で私は死んでいた。祖国も滅び、ママも死んだ。パパもね。私はこんな船沈んでしまえと願ったわ。だからここにたどり着いた時、実は死に損ねたとがっかりした。その矢先よ、少尉が英語がわかる者はいるかと騒ぎ出したのよ。
When Kinzo met Beatrice, he finally forgot about dying. And when Beatrice met Kinzo, she also forgot about dying.
私は祖国も家族も友人たちも失った私をあなたにさらってほしいと願うの。
ピーチ。
でもそれは叶えられない望みだとも分かってる。ならばせめて迎えの船が来るまでの数日間をあなたと一緒にいたいの。胸の痛みなんて気にしない。だって迎えの船に連れ去られたら私はもう死んでしまうのだから。
Beatrice spoke this, smiling softly. She did her best to hide the pain in her chest.
お願い、金蔵。迎えが来るまでの数日間でいいから私をさらって。
その願いは叶えられない。
Looking apologetic, Kinzo lifted Byato up and gently sat her in the boat.
育児なし。やっぱり日本の男は軟弱だわ。
Say that after he saves you.
そうだな。私は育児なしだ。だから君の願いは片方しか叶えられない。
With a clunk, he placed it, wrapped in a jacket, in the boat.
片方とは？
迎えが来るまでの数日間でいいから。の方は叶えられないということさ。
The Chad Kinzo. Sort of. I mean, there's still his wife and children in the mainland, so that's not really super praiseworthy. But yeah, it's a whole mess of a situation. He doesn't care about those, yeah. That's... I mean, I can understand about the wife, maybe. But the kids... Poor kids. Correction, he never cared about those, yeah. But I mean, even though I say I can understand the wife, sort of, it's not that I think it's a good thing to cheat on his wife because it was arranged marriage or anything. But I can see him more easily not caring about the wife, but not caring about the children is sort of sad to me. Or I should say more sad, I don't know. Like, I mean, they're your kids, my dude. Whether you care about the wife or not, you brought those kids into the world. I don't know. I mean, at the same time, like, let's see. There are multiple ways to look at this. Like, the Axis was not good. It did a lot of bad things. So in that sense, you're saving Beatrice, who is firmly part of the Axis, but I mean, he's also part of Axis. But I don't know if Beatrice really did any bad stuff. Seems more like she was just pampered by her dad or something, probably. I mean, I guess that'd be okay. You're not saving somebody who did many horrible things or anything like that. But she would be interrogated if she went back. I mean, maybe she knows some stuff. I don't know. Let's see. But yeah, and then there's the part where he's cheating on his wife and throwing the children out. Well, not throwing them out, but just not caring about them. That's, yeah, it's still not praiseworthy. I mean, yeah, I don't know where that would ever be praiseworthy. But I mean, the only praiseworthy thing here, I guess, is saving Beatrice, who would have a pretty bad fate and probably didn't really deserve that, or probably wouldn't deserve what fate she would have otherwise. But I don't know. I don't know why I'm getting so into this. Let's just continue.
どういう意味？
I'm thinking too hard about the fantasy story.
君をさらう。そっちを叶えることにした。
金蔵。
There has to be a doctor on Nijima. I'm wearing a Navy uniform. I should be able to pass myself off as a survivor of a boat carrying a VIP that was sunk by enemy ships. If the doctor happens to be of the greedy sort, all the better. After all, I have right here the golden magic to make people do what I say. A witch from a distant country took my lifeless body and gave me a soul. A woman came to me with the gold and revived me with her magic.
君は魔女だ。黄金の魔女だ。
He said the thing! Golden magic, do what he said. Yeah, that makes me think. I wonder if the gold truth is sort of referring to the gold magic, like here. I don't know. That's interesting. Like with the with Battler becoming the game master and all that. Did he reach the gold truth because he found the gold, or he understood where the gold was, or maybe it has no connection. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I do that a lot.
黄金の魔女よ。みんなと同じレシピで作ってるのに、私だけがパスタから消し炭を生み出す錬金術が使えるの。
Classic anime woman.
あなたと同じく私も、あなたがいてくれる限り生きることを許される屍。
Beatrice is the gold witch to tell others to do what she said. And that's an interesting way to look at it. Use gold to make people do everything.
あなたがいなくなったら、私はすぐにでも死んでしまう。
死なせない。
本当に？
絶対に。
取ってね、責任。だってあなたは私をさらったんだから。
そうですか。
It's Nanjo.
金蔵さんがそこまで話しましたか。
ではまさかあなたなのですか？
Gasp.
おじい様がベアトリーチェを連れて行った新島の医者というのは。
Who could have ever guessed?
驚くに値しねえ。 新島の医者って時点でピンとくる。
Okay there, Willard. Ruining my fun.
突然海軍の兵隊さんが外国人の女性を連れて現れたのです。驚きましたとも。しかもその上軍機なので秘密で治療しろというのです。
それがおじい様との初対面だったのですか？
そうです。それが金蔵さんと初めての対面でした。
黄金で言いなりになった欲深な医者ってのもお前のことなのか？
これは手厳しいですな。突然外国人の女性患者を連れ込み、軍機だから秘密にせよと言い、治療代は必ず持ってくるから担保にと言って黄金のインゴットを差し出す相手ですぞ。厄介事はごめんでした。しぶしぶとですとも。
確かにそれもそうですね。でも南條先生はベアトリーチェをかくまってくれたんですね。
金蔵さんほどではありませんが、私にも英語の心得がありました。二人の会話を漏れ聞き、二人が決して厄介な何者かでないと確信したからです。
I guess Nanjo's a pretty good guy. No, it's not like, yeah. I mean, he could have turned them in, probably.
もちろんインゴットに目がくらまなかったといえば嘘が過ぎますがな。
Okay, he wanted the gold a little bit.
私も今よりは若かったものですから。
Uh-huh, I see.
その後彼女は
しばらくの療養の後、後ろ宮家の使いの方が来て小田原に移すとおっしゃいましてな。引き取られていきました。
おじい様が自分で迎えに行ったわけではないのですか？
金蔵がどう六軒島の事件を言い訳したにせよ、しばらくの間は自由には動けなかっただろうよ。
ですな。軍をごまかすのが金蔵さんの人生で一番の大勝負だったと言っておりましたな。
Yeah, it seems like that would be pretty tricky, yeah. I don't know what he told them. How do you explain so many people dead? I don't think he by himself could have hidden all of them and cleaned everything up.
ベアトリーチェは小田原に行って、それから
使われていない別荘の一つにかくまったと聞いています。当時の金蔵さんにはもう家族がおられましたからな。そこはうまくやられたのでしょうな。
クワドリアン以前から二重生活はお手の物だったというわけだ。さ
何してるんですか？お尻におできでも？それからベアトリーチェはおじい様の保護で別荘でいつまでも
平穏につつましやかに暮らしたと聞きます。それからしばらく経ってからでした。彼女に金蔵さんとは血のつながらない娘がいることを聞かされたのは。
その娘こそクワドリアンのベアトリーチェか。
金蔵さんの前では気丈に振る舞われていたそうですが。
Oof.
お気の毒なことです。
まさか亡くなったんですか？
驚くな。金蔵はその娘を生まれ変わりと信じたんだぞ。心をないがしろにするんじゃねえ。推理は可能だ。
そうですね。失礼。
私は金蔵さんが彼女と過ごされた小田原の数年間を知りません。しかしその後の今日までの金蔵さんを見れば、ほんの数年間であっても彼がいかに彼女を深く愛したか伺い知ることができるでしょう。
そうですね。
そしてその娘のためにクワドリアンを作ったというわけか。
金蔵さんは潜水艦の黄金を元手に巧みに立ち回り、たちまちのうちに財産を築き上げていきました。また持ち前の英語力を生かし、 GHQ に強いコネクションを作って、みるみるうちに大富豪となられたのです。この辺はリオンさんに説明する必要はありますまい。
ええ、その莫大な財産で六軒島を買い取り屋敷を建てます。小田原の親族たちは無人島を丸ごと買い取ったおじい様を酔狂だと笑ったそうです。
10トンの黄金がポケットに収まる大きさだったなら、金蔵も島を買わなかったろうよ。
He hid the gold somewhere in Rockinjima, built up a fortune with the ingots he'd taken out of it, and then bought up the whole treasure island.
ですな。そして後宮家の黄金伝説が始まるのです。
インゴットには片翼のワシが刻印されていたと聞くが。
片翼のワシというよりは片翼に見えてしまうワシというべきでしょうな。
The eagle of which only one wing is visible.
それはどういう意味ですか？
ヨーロッパに多いでしょう。翼を広げたワシを紋章にしたものは。
Okay.
サロ共和国の国旗にもワシが、いやいや鷹でしたかな。
Ah, Salo Republic.
が刻まれています。
刻印が薄かった、あるいは粗雑だったということか。
Oh, so was that just like one single ingot that got misprinted or something? And I guess there could be more, but not all of them were like that, maybe?
そうです。戦時下の粗雑な刻印でした。本来は翼を広げたワシの紋章が刻印されるべきだったのでしょう。それがちょうど斜めに立ち切ったように半分薄れて消えていたのです。
翼を広げたワシが半分消えて、それが片翼のワシに見えた。
金蔵は自分の運命を大きく変えたベアトリーチェの黄金に片翼のワシを見て、
Oh, maybe all of them were like that. Okay.
それを自分の紋章とすることを決めたに違いあるまい。
果たして正しく刻印されていたなら、それは共和国旗の鷹だったのか、それともまさか相当の。
Yeah, if the problem was the press, then probably, yeah. Okay.
いやいや、そんなまさか。 あの莫大な黄金の山の前で金蔵さんと杯を傾け合いながら黄金ロマンで夜を明かすのはなかなかに楽しいことでした。もっとも金蔵さんはその刻印から黄金の出所を探られることを嫌いましてな。外部に持ち出す黄金にはわざわざ自分の片翼の鷲をデザインした別の刻印を打ち直していたようですが。
Okay, so well, now maybe it wasn't all like that, because if he had to repress it.
お前には見せるだけだったのか。金蔵もケチだな。
I'm sure you would have gotten sponsored a little bit.
無論大富豪になった後、金蔵さんは再び私のもとへ訪れ、未払いだった治療費をしっかり払ってくれましたとも。治療費にはちと多すぎましたのでな。
Bit much for medical fees, eh? He's got to pay interest after all this time.
ちゃんとお釣りを払いましたが。
それ以来おじい様と交流を。
そうです。金蔵さんは私が秘密を守ってベアトリーチェをかくまったことをことのほか深く感謝してくれましてな。
おじい様はかつての小田原の親族たちは欲深の嘘つきばかりだとおっしゃっていました。南條先生の義理堅さが嬉しかったに違いありません。おじい様のような方がどうしてあなたにだけは心を開いたのかわかる気がします。
私にも多少の異国趣味とチェスの趣味がありましてな。金蔵さんとは以来意気を統合しまして、こうして細々と、しかし気づけば随分と長くお付き合いをさせてもらっています。
大きな金を扱うやつほど小さな金にもきっちりしてる。治療費以上をもらおうとしなかったあんたの律儀さに惹かれるところもあったんだろうよ。
とんでもない。大きなお金に怯えてしまっただけです。後になってからどうにも昔から肝が小さいものでしてな。
そんなことはね。肝は十分に不定さ。
Excuse me? Is he making a joke, or is he actually complimenting him?
そうでしょうか。お世辞でも嬉しいですな。
Okay, I guess he's actually complimenting him?
政治じゃね
え。Nope. Okay. Darn it, Willard. For at least one whole year after Kinzo's death, Nanjo had taken part in hiding the secret of that death. Of course, Natsui must have given him some hush money. Still, there could be no doubt that he'd had enough guts to withstand pressure from Kinzo's children for a long time, without slipping up once. Not flattery, a genuine compliment. Oh, yeah. Yeah. My brain did an oopsie. Came close to slipping up several times, you feel? Yeah. But he still didn't break, I guess. Yeah. Nanyo, be more careful with your words. Darn it, Natsuhi. Darn it, adults. Why can't you just be a happy family? Well, why can't you just be a happy family? Maybe it had something to do with Kinzo not caring for his children. Yeah, it was Kinzo. Money, like, even with the money, they still had some pretty good parts to them, I guess. But I think what was missing was their father's care and guidance. Darn it, Kinzo. I mean, like I said, it's nice that he saved Beatrice. I don't think she would have deserved a fate of interrogation and possibly worse. Although I don't know how much she had to do with anything. But, I mean, even though it's an arranged marriage, even though he's sort of forced into the stuff by his family, like, unless the wife really didn't want to be with him or anything, and I don't think she was like that. I think she wanted to be close to Kinzo or whatever, which was why she wasn't happy about Beatrice. Or maybe she just felt threatened, I don't know. But she seemed to care about the kids, I think. We didn't really get a whole lot on his wife. But yeah, just because it's an arranged marriage and all that, forced into it by his family, doesn't mean he can't, like, try to make a real relationship with his wife and kids and make it his own. So it doesn't absolve him of guilt. It was mentioned several times that she was furious about the possibility of infidelity. Feelings more for appearance's sake. Maybe it was a disrespect. Yeah, we don't really get a whole lot on his wife. But yeah, like I said, he could have tried to make the relationship his own. But none of the adults actually defend Kinzo's wife whenever she's brought up. The only one who does so is Natsuki. I thought there was some part where, like, she shows care for the children. Oh. Or, well, that still doesn't mean they can defend her if she doesn't really try to be a good wife for Kinzo. So maybe she was just as bad as Kinzo? Yeah, that could be. Could be. Oh, they make fun of her several times. Oof. Yeah, so maybe, okay, maybe just... But man, could those children have used some good upbringing? But yeah, over time, I've come to think of arranged marriages as not as bad as I used to. I mean, not that I would want an arranged marriage or anything like that, or wish it upon anyone else, but, like, marriage is a commitment. It doesn't just mean, like, you hang out with the other person because you, like, feel happy with them. It's a commitment to spend the rest of your lives together and support each other, even if you're not happy with the other person. All treated Kinzo's infidelity as a fact, except for Natsuki. Not one word of understanding toward their mother. But then, okay, so Yeah, I don't think the wife loved Kinzo either. Although, that's sort of a chicken and the egg situation. Which came first? The wife not loving the husband, or the husband not loving the wife? Like, Kinzo... it's pretty... I think it's pretty clear that Kinzo never cared for the wife. So maybe the wife realized that, and... like, she just gave up. I don't know. We don't know enough, I guess. Yeah. But anyway, it's not a good situation. As much as this is romanticized, it's not a good situation.
大した肝っ玉じゃねえか。義理がたいのがお前の性分なんだろうよ。
それしか取り柄がないものでして。
おじい様は良い友人に恵まれたと思います。おじい様にとってベアトリーチェという女性がどれほど人生の大部分を占めてきたか分かった気がします。
何も分かってなんかいねえ。ベアトリーチェを誰が殺したか、それが分からなきゃ俺たちはいつまでもここから出られね
え。そうでしたね。早く終わらせなければ葬儀はもう終わっているのですからね。
ちげえな。葬儀なんだこれがな。
私たちのさせられていることがですか？
これまでに聞いたどのベアトリーチェも殺されてなどいない。それを俺たちが殺されたことにしようとしている。ベルンカステルにとってはこれこそが本当の葬儀なんだ。
That's a good point. The first Beatrice died in childbirth, the second Beatrice died in an accident, a fall. So it must be something with the third Beatrice. And I'm thinking it's a metaphorical death.
誰も殺されたことを知らない。それを私たちが暴こうとしている。
お前つくづく察しがいいな。仮想の駒と話してるとは思えん。俺のワトソン役として与えられた駒だからか。いって。
I ship them.
相棒駒呼ばわりとは失礼な方です。さあ次は何を？ウィラード・ホームズ。
捜査の基本は聞き込みだろう。まだ聞くべきベアトリーチは残っている。
To indicate whom they should talk to next, Will nodded in the direction of George, Jessica, and Maria. Maria seemed to be lecturing the others about something.
へえ、すごいんだね、ベアトリーチェは。
Hey, where's Battler?
伏せたカップの中にね、魔法でキャンディーをいっぱい生み出してくれたの。
伏せたカップの中に？
そりゃすげえぜ。確かに魔法だ。
And before Erica, Ree, no, it's not magic, Ree. PTSD.
マリアちゃんは魔女とか魔法とかそういうものが大好きですから。
魔女の権威に話を聞かないわけにはいかねえな。
When looking for someone to ask about Beatrice, Maria rose to the top of the list. The Beatrice she spoke of wasn't the real Beatrice, the one Kinzo and the others had talked about. However, here and now, on the Rockinjima of 1986, the name Beatrice probably refers to the person Maria's always talking about.
バトラの姿が見えないな。
So he's not here. Ushiromi Battler, the one who is forced to fight as Beatrice's opponent in many games, and the most important person in this game, this tale. A battler in this world would probably be the peace version, but even so, it should be possible to get some vital information out of him. Will probably wanted to talk with Battler too, but he was nowhere to be seen in the cousins group.
バトラ君は今回の葬儀には欠席しています。最も年の近いいとことして残念です。
仲はいいのか？
ええ、もちろん。
バトラが何かスケベな出現をするたびに尻をつねってるんだろ。
おや、よくご存知で。推理は可能でしたか？
What about Jessica's into cousin? I mean, no. Well, not to Leon. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. Closest cousin in age. Yeah.
バトラに同情する。
Bernkastel said everything we needed was gathered here. Since Battler isn't here, that probably means it's possible to find out everything without asking for his side of the story. Or maybe she's intentionally hiding the core elements and making us take the long way around, as part of some fickle witch's game.
いねえってことは、とりあえず今は奴の話を聞く必要はねえってことだろう。
I highly suspect Leon.
マリアたちに話を聞こう。スケベな話はしねえからな。尻をつねるんじゃねえぞ。
ならほんの少し言葉を選ぶだけでいいのに。
In what way? I don't know, should I say it? I mean, I could very well be wrong, and this is all useless, but I have a feeling she's a rather important character. With a roguish smile, Leon pinched the air, index finger against middle.
おや、次期当主様だぜ。
Well, I'll just say, due to the cutscene in, was it the end of episode 6, or maybe a tea party or whatever, where someone is talking to Battler? Was that 6 years ago before all this happened? They were saying about being more like Jessica. That's what I'm referring to. But I very well could be wrong.
クソじじいの介護はもういいのかよ。
Get wrecked. At least Leon was impartial. No mercy, even for Jessica. Will felt a bit gratified.
そうか。クラウスの子で次期当主ということは、ジェシカは妹に当たるんだな。
He was so used to Jessica being an only child that, though the scuffle between the two looked perfectly natural, something didn't feel quite right about it. Oh, and I should also say, another reason I suspect Leon is because she's a piece placed by Bernkastel that isn't Bernkastel's. So it sounds like she's been there all along. Little sister is probably the one Leon should be most comfortable pinching. Yeah. Oh, 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. Did I read this? He was so used to Jessica being an only child that the scuffle between the two looked perfectly natural. Something didn't feel quite right about it.
ジェシカ、もう少し妹らしい言葉遣いはできないのかい？ついでに言うと、もう少し年頃の女性らしい言葉遣いにも気をつけてみるべきだね。あと、次期当主様なんて呼び方は嫌いだっていつも言ってるよ。
うせえぜ。私は私らしく生きちゃら。次期当主様みてえにお上品に生きてたら息が詰まっちまわ。やめて、つねんないで。妹いじめ。変態。反対。
Oh my, Natsui 2.0 and scolding Jessica. Oof.
ジェシカ、お客様もいらしているというのに、どうして君はそういう言葉遣いなんだ？また母さんに言いつけられたいかな？
あれはあれで仲睦まじいな。
Oh my goodness, no mercy.
リオンは次期当主として火の打ちどころのない素晴らしい人だからね。ま、素晴らしすぎてジェシカちゃんの気持ちもちょっぴりわかるかな。
何をしても比較される。だからグレると？
もしジェシカちゃんが一人っ子として生まれてたら、きっと落ち着きのある深層の令嬢になってたと思う。それは面白い想像だね。
Feels so wrong.
安心しろ。あの性格は一人っ子でも変わらね
ジョージお兄ちゃん、この人誰？
あなたとは初対面ですよね。でも後ろ宮家にはお詳しそうだ。僕はジョージ、彼女はマリア。よろしく。
ウィルダ、ベアトリーチについて調べている。知っていることを聞かせてほしい。
ほらね、ベアトリーチェはいるの。
Oh lord, here we go again. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Though Maria had looked hostile toward this unfamiliar man, as soon as she heard the name of the witch she loved pass his lips, her eyes began to sparkle.
ほらマリアちゃん、お客様にちゃんとご挨拶をしないと。
こんにちは。後ろ宮マリアと申します。ベアトリーチェを知ってる人がいて嬉しい。握手を。
I can't be mad at her though. I still remember why she does the ooh. Maria suddenly stuck out her small hand, and Will reached out for it reflexively. As soon as he did, he felt a bright light seeping out from the gap between their hands. The theater-going power that Burn Costal had given him had affected Maria.
ベアトリーチェはね、ロッケン島の魔女なの。いつもね、マリアがロッケン島に来るたびに一緒に遊んでくれるの。マリアのね、一番のお友達で、マリアージュ・ソルシエールの仲間なの。
The light grew brighter and brighter. This time, he could feel himself being drawn into Maria's world. I'm Ushiromia Maria. My mama is Rosa. My papa... I don't have a papa. Badge. I think I remember Mama showing me a picture long ago and saying, "This is your papa." It was a picture of a man with a dark suntan on a beach wearing a swimsuit. Later on, when I learned what papa meant, I asked Mama to show me that picture again, but she said it didn't exist. Oof. But it had to have existed. When I drew a picture of it and showed it to Mama, she got really mad and said it didn't exist, or that if it did, she had already thrown it away. Ever since then, she kept saying that I didn't have a papa.
知ってる？パパとママがいないと赤ちゃんができないって言われてるけど、それは嘘なんだよ。
少女解体か。
ミヨ、乙女が身ごもって男の子を産むであろう。その名はインマヌエルなり。マリアはもし男の子に生まれていたなら、それが名前だったかもしれない。
マタイ伝一章20節。
違うよ、23節。20節はかくてこれらを思い巡らすとき、御使いが夢に現れていった。ダビデの子ヨセフよ、妻マリアを迎えることを恐れるな。その腹に宿るものは精霊によるものなり。
Got the lily on the tiny platform without the attunement jump again. I kneel. How do you do this? How are you so amazing? I kneel.
お前の父親は精霊だというわけだ。
パパがいるのが当たり前だとみんなに言われた。パパがいないなんておかしい、変な子だ、かわいそうな子だと言われた。でもママに聞いてもパパなんかいない、知らない、存在しないと言われた。聞くだけで怒られて叩かれた。
Called, played a game called Winds of Vi some time ago. The game is hell you I think I saw the game on Steam once. I don't think I Yeah, I don't think I put that on my wish list or anything. But man, if you call that hell, man. If you call a game hell, I don't think I want to even try it. Oh my goodness.
だからマリアは自分が誰から生まれたかよくわからなくなった。マリアは人間として正しくない未熟で不正な存在。みんなとは違うおかしなかわいそうな子だと気がついた。
Oof. Badge.
親も他人も関係ねえ。お前はお前だ。
それを未熟な幼児に教えるのはきっと難しかったろうね。ひょっとしたら幼稚園の先生はいじめられて泣く私にそう諭してくれたのかもしれない。でもそんな慰めでは私の心の空白。疑問。どんな言葉も私の疑問に答えてはくれなかった。
その疑問に答えたのがザ・ブックだというのか。
The book.
神父様がね、来たの。
It was probably part of some lesson, to enrich the minds of children through an edifying tale. Most of the children, it was just an ordinary fairy tale they might have heard from one of the teachers. Actually, I think we were just bored because it was too hard to grasp. Then at the end, the priest said something important.
神は何でも知っているか。
だからマリアは聞いた。マリアにはママしかいない。パパはない。パパがなくてもマリアはママから生まれてきた。それはおかしくて悲しいことなのって。
Oof. Imagine being the priest in this situation. Like, oh. Ooh. That'd be a tough one to answer. The priest taught me. There's nothing strange about a child having no papa. After all, Jesus Christ was born of a virgin. And the one who gave birth to him was the Virgin Maria? I was surprised. Maria, the name I was given, had been showing me the answer all along.
だからマリアはびっくりして神父様に聞き直したの。聖母マリアは一人で赤ちゃんが産めたんだって。じゃあマリアも一人で赤ちゃんが産めるのって。
Yeah, that's getting real yikes. Oh my. Okay, what did he say to this?
神父は何と答えた？
Even Willard is wondering how he answered that.
聖母マリアが赤ちゃんを身ごもれたのは聖霊のおかげだからって。マタイ伝一節20章講談。その腹に宿るものは聖霊によるものなり。またマリアはびっくりした。これはどういうことだと思う？
お前はこう解釈した。後ろ宮マリアには人間の父はいない。本当の父は聖霊だと。
Regardless of the Bible's original meaning, this young, sad girl, whose lack of a father had caused her to lose her sense of identity, had finally created a way to understand herself,
他の子たちと自分だけが違うのかを理解したの。私をバカにするみんなはヨセフの子。でも私だけは違った。
Oof. This just makes me sad.
私はみんなより劣ってなんかいない。私は神の子、精霊の子だった。帰ってママに話したよ。マリアにはパパなんていない。ママはママで、マリアは神様の力で生まれてきたんだよって。
It was probably painful for Rosa when Maria asked about her father. Why did Maria have no papa when everyone else had a papa and a mama? Every time she was asked this, Rosa flew into a rage and changed the subject. Then, for some reason, and all on her own, Maria had found an answer that satisfied her. She had no papa. He was the child of Mama and God. It isn't too difficult to imagine that Rosa, after hearing this young girl's explanation, might go along with it as though it were true.
ベアとは宇宙を生み出す最小の人数を2人だと言った。私はこれを両親がいないと子はなせないという意味だと感じた。その時私は思ったの。ベアとは魔女だけれど人間から生まれた魔女なんだって。ベアとは精霊の子じゃない。でも私は違う。ママだけから生まれた。精霊から生まれた。ベアとは私と一緒じゃなきゃ宇宙を作れない。でも私は、神は我らと共にある。私一人でも精霊と共に宇宙が作れる。ベアとは私を原初の魔女と呼んだ。そしてやがては一人で全てを生み出せる造物主になれるよと言ってくれた。私が一人で無から有を創造する。それをベアとが無限に膨らませる。園児はそれを受け継ぎ語り広げる魔女の使徒だった。
マリアージュ・ソルシエルか。
1と無限は大きく違う。だからベアとは偉い。でも無と有の前には1も無限も同じ有でしかない。私は世界で一番の魔女。世界で一番偉い造物主になることを約束されていた子。マリアージュ・ソルシエールはそんな私を温める卵の巣。私は後ろ宮マリア。神と共にあるマリア。
Oh, have I been muted? Oh, I just mute. Oh, okay, I muted myself there the other time. Whoops. I muted myself while they were talking. Yeah, like since Maria's sense of identity to a universe. More of an understanding for herself. Okay, the sad girl who had hated herself for being different from all of her classmates finally found a meaning for her existence. At that moment, Maria's universe, which had once been nothingness, was born as a clump of ultra-hot, ultra-high pressured energy. Then later on, she went to Rakanjima, met the Endless Witch who called her Beatrice, or herself Beatrice, and the clump of energy exploded in a big bang, giving birth to their magical compendium. That was the universe known as Mariage Sorcière.
Hmm. 話が少し飛躍しすぎだ。順を追おう。
いいよ。どこから？
自分は精霊の子だと解釈したお前が、そこから次第にオカルトに傾倒していくことは容易に理解できる。そこからだ。そんなお前がベアトリーチェとどこで出会い、どのように交流していったか。
Yeah, where did she meet Beatrice?
それは本当にある日突然の唐突なこと。六軒島に住まうベアトリーチェという魔女に私は会ってみたかったの。同じ魔女として。
その頃にはもう自分が魔女という自覚があったのか。
その頃には聖書とオカルトでは大人にも負けないくらいの知識があったから。だから私は魔法は使えずとも自分を魔女だと信じてた。ちょっと滑稽だね。だから私は魔女見習いなの。
いつベアトリーチェと出会った？
よくは覚えてない。でもその出会いはよく覚えてる。それはとてもとても唐突だった。
そなたが後ろ宮マリアか。
It was so very sudden. I was just drinking some milk tea, all alone in the rose garden arbor. Mama said she had to talk about something important with Uncle Kraus, so she told me to go outside and play. Suddenly, she was sitting right there. I didn't know anyone who spoke that way. I quickly realized that she was someone I didn't know at all.
あなたは誰？
会いたいと言ったのはそなただ。わらわの島に魔女が訪ねてくるから出迎えてやったというのに、そなたはわらわの名を問うというのか？
ベアトリーチェ？
いかにもわらわがベアトリーチェである。
確かに唐突だな。
とっても。魔女や精霊はいつだって私たちのそばにいる。彼らが姿を見せようとしないだけで。そして彼らが姿を見せたなら、それはあまりに唐突に、そして当たり前にそこにいる。私はそれをまさに知ったの。
そしてベアトリーチェと友達に？
彼女はママの用事が終わるまでずっと私とおしゃべりをしてくれた。魔法の話や魔女の話、マリ リアが精霊の子であることも。
Looking at achievements, Wings of Vi has an achievement for finishing the game. Less than 4% of people have it. Oh my goodness. Achievement for the first boss is 53.6%. Holy cow. Good lord. Maybe I should take a look at it just to see what it's like. Give it another look. Finished Elden Ring, right? Yeah. I should probably go back and play that again at some point, just to prepare myself for the DLC whenever it finally drops. How many attempts did you take on Melania? I mean, I think I took a while, but not really that long. I mean, I probably finished it under 20. Although I don't really remember that fight much, or at least my fight. Like I've seen other people play her. But is that like the difficulty of, well, is that, I assume the difficulty of that fight is similar to something? That's on the one that run. Wings of Vi. 368 deaths, 5 hours, 41 on the final boss. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. My curiosity is getting the better of me. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. I don't know, maybe... Does it have a demo? If it has a demo, that would be perfect. Let's see. Shadowed Beatrice.
その時のベアトリーチェの印象は？
こう言っては悪いけど、知識だけなら私が上だった。最初は彼女のことを大した魔女じゃないと見下しかけた。まあそれは私のうぬぼれ。魔法体験にはいろんなものがある。
Interesting. Okay, I'm starting to piece things together a little. It does have a demo? Oh my goodness. This Sunday is going to be interesting.
ましてや私のそれは独学。ベアとの魔法体系とは異なったから、私が一方的にそういう印象を持ってしまったんだろうね。すぐにそれを後悔して謝ることになるの。
謝る？ベアトリーチェが何かお前の尊敬を勝ち取ることをしてみせたのか？なるほど。魔法を見せたというわけか。
We moved to the beach and talked lots, sitting at a table under an umbrella.
なるほど。マリア、そなたは実に勤勉だ。その年で1000年の魔女のわらわにそれだけの講釈をできるとは実に尊敬に値する。してそなたは何の魔法を使えるのか？
魔法？
そなたが魔女を語るならば魔法の一つも見せられるであろうが。
I was stunned for a second. Of course, it should have been obvious. I was a child of the Holy Ghost, and since I'd studied so much of the occult, I was also a witch, not a human. Until that day, I had been so sure of both those things. So when I was asked what sort of magic I could use, it left me in a daze.
魔法を知り語るに至ってようやく見習いよ。そしてそれを魔法という形で実践できてこそ魔女というものではないか。
Having flashbacks already?
マリアはまだ魔女じゃないの？
Practically bad? Okay.
よく学んでいる。そして類いまれな才能も感じる。そなたはやがてわらわなど足元にも及ばぬ偉大な魔女、あるいはそなたが言うように造物主の座にさえ上り詰めるだろう。しかしまだ幼く若い。そなたはそう見習いだ。魔女の見習いというところよ。
じゃあベアとは魔法を使うことができるの？
無論であるとも。魔法を使えずして魔女を名乗ることなどできぬわ。
すごい。見せて。ベアとの魔法見せて。
Can't try the demo because you have the full game. Okay. You can probably, like, find a video of the demo on YouTube somewhere. Probably shouldn't be too hard to find. Couldn't? Oh, wow. Well, again, I mean, if it is such a hard game, that, yeah, maybe not a lot of people would have played it. Okay. Until this day, Maria had never doubted the magic-themed idea that she was the child of the Holy Ghost. However, no one had ever proven to her that occult phenomena actually existed. Maria could create a universe all by herself. However, she wanted to share it with a second person, so that she could believe in it even more strongly. There's one video, but it's 5 minutes and the person dies willingly? Bruh.
かつてのわらわならば空に虹をかけ、それを七色のキャンディーに変えて自由にかじらせることもできた。しかし今のわらわは姿を保つことさえ満足にできぬほどに衰えている。
Okay, okay. I can see how this might work. Yeah, so I just gotta make Maria think she can do stuff. So this is where the story of her having to regain her power came from. And then over time, she would learn more magic tricks to show to Maria. Okay. Oh, you did find one. Goes until the first boss? Okay.
さっき聞いた。あの鎮守の社のせいで力が出せないって。
力を取り戻すにはかなりの時間をかける。虹をキャンディーにしてやることは今はできぬ。しかしささやかな魔法にてその一端を見せることはできようぞ。
Wait, why does Shannon break the mirror? Does she break the mirror? I mean, it seems like that's what she does. Huh. But why would she break the mirror? Video takes an hour on your stats. Hour and a half. With 100 deaths? Oh my goodness. Shannon just didn't like the mirror. It made her look fat, so she broke it.
よかろう。しかし、そなたにも協力を求めねばならぬぞ。先ほども言った。いかにそなたが汚れなき魂を持とうとも、人間はもはや汚れ、魔法を拒む毒素に満ちていると。
Okay, yeah, magic toxin.
聞いた。半魔法の毒素があるって聞いた。マリアの読んだ本には載ってなかった。
Yeah, a convenient way to hide that she uses tricks.
だからそれを知ってるベアトはすごい。
Beatrice lifted up an empty teacup, then turned it around in front of Maria to show that there weren't any tricks or strings.
伏せたカップにキャンディーが現れる魔法か。
どうしてわかるの？ミルはすごいね。魔女の使う魔法もわかるんだね。
魔女の魔法の基本だからな。
カップは何の仕掛けもない普通のカップだったよ。私は見たかった。本当の魔法を見たかった。
There was a thing that Maria desired. To strengthen her belief that there was an occult side to her, she wanted to see the occult outside herself as well. That's why she agreed to help Beatrice with her magic. She didn't want her own toxin to ruin her chance of learning the miracles of magic.
よいぞ。さあ、そのカップを開けてみるがいい。
Now remember.
キャンディーだ。キャンディーだ。
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I guess this wouldn't be a remember spell.
わらわからそなたへの挨拶代わりと、新しき魔女との出会いと友情に、それを贈ろう。
This was a true miracle of magic. For the first time, I felt shame and embarrassment at my conceit. I could feel that sense of omnipotence disappear. The idea that I was the child of the Holy Ghost and the most important and special person in the world. Instead of a child of the Holy Ghost who can't actually do anything, I'd rather be a witch who can use magic. Ushiromia Maria wants to become a witch. Starting off as a witch apprentice. I was already fascinated by Beato.
マリアも本当の魔女になりたい。ベアトの弟子になりたい。
謙遜を。そなたには十分な才能と日々の精進があるぞ。それにかつての力のあるわらわならともかく、この程度の魔法しか使えぬ衰えたわらわでは弟子を持つことなどできぬわ。
マリアは魔女の弟子にはなれない？
うん。わらわの弟子にはできぬ。しかし、友人にはできる。
Aww.
本当？
うん。わらわとそなたはこ これより友人だ。これからも共に深き魔女の世界を語り合おうではないか。
ベアト、ありがとう。このベアトのキャンディー食べてもいい？
いいや、それは土産にせよ。食べずにそなたの可愛らしいカバンに収めよ。
お家で食べる。
マリア、そのキャンディーは魔法で生み出されたものだ。故に脆い。そなたがわらわの存在をその毒素で否定したなら溶けて消えてしまうだろう。
やだ。ベアトからもらった大切な魔法消えるの嫌だ。
ならばわらわという魔女に出会ったことを決して忘れてはならぬぞ。そなたがわらわとのささやかな約束を守る限り、そなたがまたこの島へ来るときは再びわらわがそなたを迎えようぞ。
守る。約束って
まずはそうだな、家へ帰ったら手を洗う、うがいをする。めんどくさがってはならぬぞ。魔女見習いの立派な修行の一つであるぞ。
Okay, but why? Why wash her hands and then wrings out her mouth?
毎日お家に帰ってきたら手を洗う。
Oh, okay, like when she gets home? Every day? Okay, I thought it was just like once.
うがいをする。そうしたらまた会ってくれる？
約束しようぞ。そなたがわらわとの約束をきっちり守れたなら、そなたの体は清められ、わらわもさらに魔力を取り戻す。さすれば次に来るときはより素晴らしい魔法を見せようぞ。
約束守る。絶対。マリアはなる。ベアとの友達になって魔女見習いになる。
良き心がけであるぞ、後ろ宮マリアよ。そなたが早く一人前の魔女になってわらわの良き友人に成長してくれることを心より願っている。
これが私の初めてのベアトリーチェとの出会いだったと思う。
そのもらった飴は家に帰ってもちゃんとあったか？
でもその存在を少しだけ疑ったから飴は溶けかかっていた。私は彼女を疑いかけたことを後悔したよ。もしもっと疑っていたら飴は消えてなくなっていたに違いない。そしたら私は目の当たりにした魔法の奇跡の証拠を失うところだった。
飴が溶けていたのか？
飴というよりはキャラメルだったと思う。溶けかかってぐにゃぐにゃだった。
それは何月頃の話だ？
詳しく覚えてない。でもミルクティーがアイスだったことは覚えてる。
Okay, it was warm, yeah. That itself was a magic trick. Interesting.
それが何？
なんでもない。 ベアトリーチェに出会ったことはローザには話したのか？
うん、その日のお夕飯の時にみんなに話した。クラウスおじさんに笑われた。そしたら隣の席のママにその話は終わりにしなさいって怒られた。おー。
隣の席。序列上お前の席はローザと隣り合わないはずだ。
親族会議じゃないもん。ママとマリアだけが訪ねた時の話だから、クラウスおじさん一家全員とママとマリアしかいない。席は詰めるから親族会議の時とはお席がちょっと違うの。
お前の隣の席にローザだったんだな。
うん。それが何？
なんでもない。ベアトリーチェと六軒島以外で会ったことは？
ないよ。だってベアとは体が希薄で自由には動けないんだもの。マリアの体に乗り移ってもいいよって言ったけど、島からは離れられないからできないって言ってた。
Putting all that together, I wonder, Beatrice be played by different people? Hmm.
その後は六軒島へ行くたびに会っていたということか。
Or rather, could there be more than one Beatrice at the time of the family conference?
私たちは大の仲良しになった。
Or not the family conference, but over the years. I don't know. Hmm.
ベアトと話せば話すほどに彼女は本当にすごい魔女だと思い知ったよ。彼女は会うたびにいつも素敵な魔法を見せてくれた。そして私とは異なる魔法体系を聞かせてくれて、二人で魔法の深淵を語り合ったよ。私は早く彼女の高みに登りたいと思った。ベアトのような魔女の域に達したいと願った。
Yeah, because let's see, I almost wonder if that Beatrice there was like Rosa dressing up, but maybe she just hushed Maria because she didn't want Maria to embarrass her there. The rest of them might not be. Not the one that met with Shannon. Well, probably shouldn't be Shannon herself because he got the brute from somebody else. Yeah, okay, I'm thinking maybe it is just one person. Okay. I don't know.
ベアトリーチェを母親に紹介したことは？
ないよ。ママは毒素が強すぎるからまだ会えないって言ってた。
Well, no, it could just be because of, I don't know. I have to wonder. Can't be certain yet whether at one point maybe Rosa dressed up as Beatrice. I mean, that might just, yeah, almost all adults are no good when it comes to the toxin. An adult would recognize her. That's a good question.
最初は無理だった。魔力が弱いからね。毒素に少しでも近づくと体が壊れてしまうって。でも次第に魔力を蓄えてマリア以外の毒素の少ない人の前にも現れられるようになったよ。
Who are these people?
それは誰だ？
あんまり多くない。使用人の一部の人だけだった。
The servants.
具体的には？
今日いる使用人全員。
Okay. Interesting.
ゴーダさんは違うと思う。
Oh, not Goda. Okay, well, it sort of makes sense. Okay. Not Goda. I don't think, yeah. Goda trees confirmed. No, clearly it was Genji in a dress. I think I ought to pull this up for everybody who hasn't seen it yet. Ah, there we go. That's for everyone who hasn't seen it yet. Yeah, Otavio knows what's gonna happen. Clearly, it's Genji in a dress. Okay, you can go bleach your eyes now.
つまり、源氏、シャノン、カノン、熊沢の4人ということか。
あと、南條先生も。
Dr. Nanjo too. Yeah, I'm thinking there was only one person playing Beatrice. As with my earlier speculation. Oops. I forgot to read that part. Apparently, they would sometimes come to visit Maria and Beatrice's witch tea parties. Of course, they had only come by for minor things, like bringing some more tea. However, they were certainly aware of Beatrice, and even talked with her.
使用人たちはベアトリーチェとはどう接していた？存在しないはずの客人だ。驚いたりはしないのか？
しないよ。だってベアトリーチェはお屋敷のもう一人の主だもの。
He said that the servants treated Beatrice as an honored guest. and sometimes they were permitted to witness new miracles of magic along with Maria. Okay. Putting it together a little bit, maybe.
つまり1986年のロッケン島でベアトリーチェに実際に会えたのはゴーダを除く使用人4人とお前と南條の合計6人だけだったということか。
ベアトもそれ以外の人の前に現れるにはもっともっと魔力を蓄える必要があると言ってた。
つまりそれ以外の人間の前にもやがては姿を現すつもりだったわけか。
全ての人間たちに自分を認めさせる日こそが自分の復活の日だって言ってた。
Maria, the servants, and Nanjo had acknowledged her. She had probably appeared before new humans one by one, starting with those whose anti-magic toxin was the weakest. Beatrice's game was to increase the number of humans who could recognize her, until she could make everyone on the island acknowledge her. Of that, there can be no doubt. In that case, the last person Beatrice needed to appear in front of would be Battler, the one said to have the strongest anti-magical power. Does this mean Beatrice thought Battler would be the hardest to convince? It seems true that Battler was one of Beatrice's goals. However, if we go with that chessboard thinking Battler loves so much, Beatrice is trying to make people acknowledge her existence. Speed! Therefore, you might say that she's a character who can't exist unless people acknowledge her. Battler reached this idea himself as soon as the first game. Yes, there's something different about the Beatrice of 1986. She's different from the Italian Beatrice or the Kuadorian Beatrice, both of whom certainly did exist. The Beatrice of 1986, the one we're so familiar with in a mysterious way, yet who has no existence. What does it mean to kill this Beatrice who has no existence? The minimum number of people required to create a universe is 2. However, Maria said that even a single person could give birth to a universe. And yet Maria desired a second person. A second person to nurture the world she had given birth to alone. Because if it was born and not nurtured, it would die and disappear? Let's replace the word universe with Beatrice. The minimum number of people required to create Beatrice is 2. However, even a single person could give birth to her. And yet that single person desired a second person. A second person to acknowledge the Beatrice created by the first person. That meeting with a second person is the scene Maria had just described. The single person who created Beatrice looked for a second person to acknowledge Beatrice, and selected Maria. We don't need Furuto Erica's heartless reasoning to know that the teacup magic was sleight of hand. Maria, believing in the story about the anti-magic toxin, would close her eyes whenever magic happened. Any sleight of hand would be possible while she had her eyes closed. The caramel Maria had been given as a proof of her meeting with a witch had melted a little because Maria had doubted. In a season where one was likely to put ice in their tea, It was only natural for a caramel left in a bag to melt. Ushiromi Maria, the girl who's too trusting and will accept a story easily. Beatrice appeared first in front of this girl, who had, in the language of witches, very little of the anti-magic toxin. The creation of Beatrice can be thought of as an egg being laid. When a single person creates her, it's little more than a daydream. She's still inside the egg. If and only if a second person acknowledges her, the shell will crack and she'll appear. She'll only appear if a second person comes to warm the egg. When Maria acknowledged Beatrice, she finally hatched, and the chick was born. In that case, Mariage Sorcière, which nurtured Beatrice into her magical compendium, was like a nest. This is Beatrice, a woman with a dignified presence who calls herself the Witch of Rakanjima and who claims to have lived 1,000 years. That sounds less like the chick Beato, who appeared in the previous games, and more like Beato the Elder. So did the meeting Maria had just recounted mark the birth of Beato the Elder? The egg itself had already been created by the first person. Between then and the meeting with Maria, it matured immensely inside its shell into a character with the dignified presence of 1,000 years. Then when Maria acknowledged it, it hatched, and the Witch of Rakanjima finally gained a form. Perhaps that moment marks the birth of the Beatrice of 1986. The younger chick Beato was born out of love for Battler. Since that birth hadn't yet occurred at this point in time, the birth of Beato the Elder and the existence of Beatrice at this moment must have nothing to do with Battler. No, maybe. Okay, so maybe they were 4 Beatrices. I wonder. Are you enjoying this reasoning, Burncastle? If you are, let's at least have some applause from the spectators. Great. Thanks a bunch. Burncastle, so helpful.
マリアはベアトに魔法で叶えてほしい願いがたくさんあるの。だからベアトが復活するのに協力してるの。
願いとは何だ？
いっぱいある。内緒。
黒き魔女からママを守ってほしい。
どうしてウィルは何でもわかるの？すごいよ。
He's a wizard.
魔女に願わねば取り戻せない世界だとお前はもう思っているのか。
Oof.
ママは大好き。優しい。いつまでも一緒にいたい。永遠に。
今度はマリアージュ・ソルシエールについて聞きたい。どうした？
やだ。
何？
何？
私、喉が渇いちゃったからジュース飲んでくる。
Just Doesn't want to talk about Maria Sorcier.
またね。
Maria became suddenly formal, bowed her head, and left without waiting for a reply. It was a very un-Maria-like thing to do. Was that another wrong step? I see. So the game master has moved the piece. Apparently, she's telling me to ask about something different. Ah. At some point, Leon had started chatting with the other family members. Jessica seemed to be getting irritated at having her butt pinched so much, and George was trying to calm her down. Jessica and George. Guess I'll hear their stories next. Compared to Maria, the anti-magic toxin is very strong in these two. At least at the beginning of the other games, they didn't acknowledge Beatrice. Maria showed me the point of view of one who believes. Now to hear from those who don't. Calm rain sound. Ah. Zone out a bit. Did Will ask about the seating? Yeah.
さっきはその
He did ask about Maria being seated next to Rosa. I'm not sure of the significance of that. I mean, I'm sure it must be significant somehow, with him asking about it in particular. But I don't know why the seating would be so important. Or the seating arrangement of the Romeos? Well, yeah, and he did ask about that, like, but she said it wasn't at a family conference. It was just a normal visit. I mean, I assume they don't... or the seating doesn't really matter at a normal visit? Maybe it does? Maybe it does? Yeah. But then what would that infer? I still don't know what to make of it. What would the seating order be? Let's see. Isn't it like, Rouse, Ava, Rosa's last, right? Well, I mean, it'd be Kinzo first, and then Kraus, Ava, Rudolph, and Rosa. Oh, well, yeah, Ava's not there, true. So, Kraus, Rosa, I guess Natsui? And then... I don't know. I mean, if we count Leon in there, but do we want to count Leon in there? No, Natsui's last. He's last. Then Jessica? I don't know if Jessica was there. I forget if he asked and if he said anybody else next to them. I didn't pay enough attention to that. But yeah, I don't know if Leon will be there. Wait, I'm gonna... Okay, so... We got a table. We got... Well... Yeah, are we using the head? Is Kinzo here? Kinzo with the head. And then we got Kraus. And then... I mean... Yeah, so that's what I'm not sure. Oh, you'd be on the right or the left side of the table? Okay. Kraus on his right. But yeah, then I don't know if we add Jessica or Rosa. Rosa's first. Oh. So if Natsumi's last, then we have... Are we counting Jessica or Leon? If we're counting both Jessica and Leon, then this doesn't make sense. But if we don't count them? Well, if we don't count them, then wouldn't we have Maria here? Next to Kraus? So then they'd be over there, and that wouldn't make sense. Yeah, so somebody has to be here. If there is somebody here, then we can put Maria over here. Don't you love my perfect circles? If we count both, then it still doesn't work because Maria has to be next to Rosa. Although, actually, if we count both, then wouldn't it be... Hold on. How do I here, size. If we do count both, then Kraus would be moved, wouldn't he? Because Leon is the successor. No, Kraus is still first, even with Leon? Or I put L-E. It's L-I. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Kraus is the acting head, I guess, until Leon takes over. And then we have Rosa there, and Jessica there, and then we come back around to Maria. Or, yeah, because we had Jessica there. And then there would be Natsuhi. I just find Natsuhi. Ah, yes. The salty one. So yeah, that would... But it's weird not seeing Leon all this time. I don't know what I'm supposed to believe. Yeah, before there just has not been any mention of Leon. Unless one of the... "17 people on the island." Erica said she's the 18th, but there's still 17 people. If we assume Leon is on the island, she's one of the 17. Then who is she replacing? How? Battler saw everybody. Well, no, because I mean there was Kinzo. He saw Kinzo, didn't he? Mind melting. Yeah. It's always in a state of melting. Oh my. Well, I mean, Kinzo's not one of the 17, though. So it's 17 without Kinzo. It was 18. But still, I thought Battler saw Kinzo at some point. Leave the paint open? Okay. Battler saw Kinzo, but it was proof that he's unreliable. Well, I know the one game where Battler wasn't the focus or something. He saw Kinzo, and that was unreliable. But I thought he saw Kinzo another time. Maybe not. No, not the end of episode 2 when they were like chatting together and then Battler got eaten by everybody at the party. I think that was episode 2, right? Or well, did we disprove that Battler actually saw Kinzo? I think we might have disproved that at some point. I think I was at the... Okay, yeah. So he did never actually see Kinzo. So that still makes 17 people that he should have seen all of them. It was episode 5 that he saw him, it was proof? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wasn't thinking of that one. I just thought there was some other point where he saw Kinzo and not when he was unreliable. Oh. But, yeah, maybe I'm probably just remembering incorrectly, because I do have a faint memory of, I think at some point, like I said, we disproved Kinzo's existence, or well, disproved Battler seeing Kinzo. I mean, it shouldn't have been possible anyway, because Kinzo's dead. Um, maybe thinking of during the Battle of Byato at the end of episode 4? Maybe? Into transformed into a dragon? I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking of anymore. I'm slowly going insane. Maybe not slowly. Maybe I've always been insane. But yeah. So if it is as I suspect, and Leon has been there the whole time, she has to be one of 17, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding something about the red where it says there's 17 or 18, and I mean I'm pretty sure I'm misunderstanding something, because I still don't understand how it can be read that Erica is the 18th, but it's also read that there's only 17 people, even if that was the case. Like, yeah, maybe the game will tell you. I mean, sure, it'll tell me eventually. I think we just continue.
次期当主様のせいでお見苦しいとこを見せちゃって。
あざになってねえか。あいつマジで容赦ねえ。
The Butt Pinch Support Club. We have 2 members so far here. Well, I guess 3 if we would include Battler.
ジェシカ、何か言ったかい？
何ももう十分懲りたって。
Leon, who had apparently been chatting with the adult siblings, spun around with a smile and stared at Jessica. Looks like the older siblings firmly in control around here.
あいつ、その上地獄耳だな。ようやくリオンってやつが理解できてきた。
そうそうそうそう。昔から妙に勘が良くって。その上ほら、大人受けが妙にいいし。私は家でも学校でも比べられてる。
そういえば、リオンは中学も高校も生徒会長だったね。バドミントンの部長もやってたよね。
行く先々でリオンと比較されてひでえ目にあったというわけだ。
私は中学に入って行ったぜ。その時はもう副会長やってた。来年は生徒会長になる気だろう。私の肩身が狭くなるからやめてくれって。でも翌年にちゃっかり立候補して当選しちゃいやがった。
Jessica, why can't you be more like Leon? Why can't you act more like a girl? Yeah. Oof.
高校でもそう。今度こそやめてくれって言ったのに、その時点でもまた副会長で。また3年になるのと同時に会長になりやがった。父さんはちやほやちやほや。母さんはあなたも妹として恥ずかしくないよう頑張りなさいってチクチクチクチク。
でもそんなリオンの妹であることを誇りにも思ってるんでしょ。
別にそんなこと思ったことはねえぜ。ああねえぜ。全然ねえぜ。
Tsundere Jessica strikes again.
上が完璧だと息も詰まら。だが他人は他人、お前はお前 何も萎縮することはない。お前のしたいように精一杯好きにしたらいい。
もちろん。でも母さんたちは後ろ宮リオンの妹として恥ずかしくないよ、後を引き継げってうるさい。生徒会に入れだの、バドミントンやれだの。
軽音楽はやっていないのか？
それは秘密、内緒。
Apparently, she's keeping it a secret from her family. Interesting. People tend to blame things on their family and how they were raised, but this Jessica girl always likes doing the same thing, even in a different world and a different family. It's admirable that she has such a true and constant interest in something.
俺は好きだぞ。
This Jessica girl.
ペッタンペッタンとか、スイーツスイーツとか。
Nothing wrong with the extraordinarily accomplished sort, like Leon, but kids who act their age do have their charms.
そういう生き方が一番だ。謳歌しろ、青春を。
そりゃどうもありがとう。
Apparently, no one had ever told Jessica that they approved of how she lived, and the direct way Will had put it made her turn red and hang her head in embarrassment.
今度はお前たちに話が聞きたい。
さっきマリアちゃんとしていた？
そうだ。ベアトリーチェについて知っていることを聞きたい。
マリアちゃんはオカルトや魔女のことが大好きだからね。彼女にとってベアトリーチェはアニメのヒロインと同じ憧れの存在なんだよ。何か些細なことがあるたびにそれを魔女の魔法によるいたずらだと信じてる。
お前は大人だな。そしてそうは思ってもマリアには絶対に言わないところも大人だ。
当然さ。子供の夢は子供の時にしか見られない。その貴重な経験を尊重するのが大人の仕事だと思ってるよ。
The Chad George.
お前とは話が合いそうだ。
George's position was that Beatrice was nothing more than a fairy tale. However, that phrase, respecting a child's dreams is the adult thing to do, that might be worthy of further scrutiny. When she got candy from Beatrice by magic, Maria probably got excited and told George and the others. Then the adults followed his lead and actively supported that story, as adults should. However, we can conceive of a similar situation coming up besides an adult interacting with a child. For example, what about a subordinate interacting with a superior? If Kinzo, tyrant of the Ushiromiya family, claimed that Beatrice existed and had revived, perhaps the other members of the family would actively support that story as his subordinates should. Though Beatrice only appeared directly in front of a limited number of people, it's probably safe to say that the concept of her existence penetrated deeply within the Ushiromiya family, even among those who had never seen her. However, no matter how deeply that concept penetrated, she was only viewed as a sort of fairy tale character. It would be necessary to transform the concept of that character from an imaginary fairy tale into reality. So a person attempting to do this would need to perform acts that no one could explain without magic. These acts were the witch incidents, starting with the window-opening pranks played by Beato the Elder, and ending with the closed-room murders. Well, that escalated quickly. Beato the Elder talked about this, saying that the anti-magic power filling the mansion would be weakened bit by bit the more she made her existence known. Beatrice, why were you willing to go so far to make everyone besides you accept your existence? Because that fiction will become truth if everyone acknowledges it? Because at that moment, the being called Beatrice will be acknowledged and will become human? In that case, until Beatrice is acknowledged by all people, she's less than human. She's furniture. Why would furniture want to become human? I seem to remember this being a theme in the previous game. Because they want to gain our right, furniture cannot blank. So they try to become human because they want the right to blank. It's extremely simple. After all, it's directly connected to the reason Chick Beato was born in the first place. Yeah, you can't neglect the heart.
ベアトリーチェの葬儀に参加しておいてこんなことを言うのも申し訳ないけれど、僕も説明できるほどベアトリーチェという人物のことに詳しくないんです。申し訳ない。その話はここに住んでるジェシカちゃんの方が僕よりももう少しは詳しいかもしれない。そういえばジェシカちゃん、こちらの方を紹介したっけ？いや、
実はまだ。お客様がいらっしゃるってのに尻ばっかつねるどっかの誰かのせいできちんと挨拶もできなかったぜ。
A bit late, Jessica looked embarrassed for acting rudely in front of an unfamiliar guest. She cleared her throat and made a beautiful bow that didn't fit well with her normal attitude. She even lifted the corners of her skirt in a curtsy.
はじめまして。ジェシカと申します。本日は後ろ宮家へようこそ。いや、そのお日柄もよく
イラードだ。ウィルと呼べ。
Jessica's greeting had been of the old-fashioned sort, so Will also treated her like an old-fashioned lady, bending down on one knee, taking Jessica's right hand and kissing it. Not expecting her greeting to be returned in such an old-fashioned and formal way, Jessica turned red and was unable to speak. However, Will had returned the greeting in what he thought was a perfectly serious way, though he didn't understand what was making Jessica's face glow. Silly Will. Will, please. People don't greet like that anymore. Although I have to wonder why Jessica did the curtsy and whatnot. I mean, with it not being like her.
知っているベアトリーチェの話が聞きたい。
A sparkle leaked around the edges of Will's right hand, which was grasping Jessica's hand. Looks like the theater-going power is having its effect on Jessica. Didn't mean for that to happen. Oh well.
ベアトリーチェのことだっけ？話してもいいけど、約束してくれる？絶対に笑わないって。今にして思うときっと寝ぼけてたんだと思うから。
Oh?
お前は何を知っている？笑わない。聞かせろ。
いいよ。どこから話そうかな。
Okay. I need to go use the bathroom quick. We're gonna take a break right here, and I'll be back in just a bit. I have returned. Game capture? Game capture? There we go. Game capture has also returned. Okay, talking to Jessica. To me, the Golden Witch Beatrice is sort of like one of the 7 mysteries of the Ushiromiya family. You've heard of those, right? Almost all schools have a set of tall tales or ghost stories that get passed down. Like on some days, the piano in the music room will start playing by itself, or the skeleton in the science room dances around at night. Everyone's heard of them. But of course, that doesn't mean they believe in them. Oh, now my mouse is like stuck going over there. Why does it do this? Mouse, please. The stories about Beatrice were the same. It was just one of those strange tales about our way too big mansion. The servants would sometimes talk about seeing things during their night patrol. Sometimes I felt a bit annoyed about them turning my home into a place for ghost stories, but I didn't pay it any more attention than that. If I move it down here, will it stop? That's how little it mattered to me. Oh my goodness, the mouse is driving me crazy. Why is it doing this now? Why are you like this, mouse? But during my normal everyday life, I would completely forget about the name Beatrice. There, did I fix it? I think I fixed it. Of course, when that huge portrait was first hung, it definitely felt creepy. Even I tried not to meet her eyes after dark, so it's no surprise that the servants found it eerie. But that only lasted for a short while. We all walked by the portrait every day. We gradually got used to it, and eventually bored of it. I didn't really care anymore about the portrait of the mistress from Grandfather's Delusions.
だろうな。年に何度も来ない親戚連中ならともかく。
そういうこと。だから親族会議になると親戚たちが必ず肖像画の前で決まってベアトリーチェの話をする。だから定期的に思い出させられるのさ。
また遊びに来たよ。また新しい魔法を書いたの。後で見てね。
マリアちゃんは本当にベアトリーチェが好きだな。おじい様が肖像画を掲げて以来大喜びみたいだ。
あれ、演者は？
キリエおばさんと薬を飲みに戻ったよ。
I want to see small Ange.
演者は本当に体が弱えな。バートラとは大違いだぜ。
緊張すると体調を崩すタイプなんだよ。僕も昔は遠足の日や映画の日なんかに限って体調を崩したりしたもんさ。
それに比べたらマリアはタフだぜ。新島からこっちに来るまでの間ずっとベアトリーチェの話三昧さ。ここしばらくずっとだけどちょっと行き過ぎだよな。
いいんじゃないかな。子供の想像遊びだよ。ジェシカちゃんは子供がサンタクロースに会ったことがあるって言い出したら嘘だって言っちゃうのかい？
まあそこまでは言わねえけどさ。
Maria kept talking to the portrait as though it was an old friend. He promised to play with it later, as if she was talking to a living human. George, a man, seemed to think that this behavior from a younger member of the opposite sex was cute. But to be perfectly frank, Jessica, who was the same sex as Maria, found this behavior a bit unpleasant, even though she realized that she was dealing with a younger girl. At one time, even I was fascinated by anime heroines and other fictional characters. However, Maria's behavior seemed to signify something more direct than mere fascination. It's something more definite, more vivid. Am I the only one who notices something odd about her? I'll bet the others all notice too, but try to ignore it because of that adult dignity George Nissan is always talking about.
申し訳ないね、諸君。当主様は高尚な研究で大変お忙しい。昼は書斎で取られると仰せだ。
Until a second ago, Kinzo's children had been complaining that eating lunch with their father would give them indigestion. But now that they knew he wasn't coming, they started grumbling about how he should at least spare the time to come down during the annual family conferences.
それでは皆様、ランチを始めさせていただきます。遠方よりお集まりの皆様をおもてなしできるよう、この号だ。腕によりをかけてご用意させていただきました。
No one's stomach would fail to rumble after hearing that from the great Chef Goda. By the time the splendid dishes were laid out, everyone had stopped talking about Kinzo's absence. It was now Anja's absence that was being discussed. Apparently, her stomachache had gotten so bad that both she and Kyrie couldn't make it to lunch.
かわいそうに。ゴーダ、後でキリエさんに相談して、お粥のようなものを用意するように。
ああ、気を利かせてくれてありがとう。本当にすまねえな。どうも緊張に弱い子みたいでな。
幼いうちはそんなもんや。吐いたりしないだけ可愛いもんやで。
Darn it, Hideyoshi. They're cute, at least when they're not regurgitating. Oh my.
ジョージはよく吐いたわね。昔は本当に病弱だったのよ。ねえ。
昔の話は許してよ。食事時にする話じゃないよ。
おー、エンジェかわいそう。こんな美味しいご飯なのに食べられない？
かわいそうにな。元気になったらその分いっぱい遊んであげようぜ。
おお、ダメ。マリアとは遊べない。
Huh?
Huh?
なんだよ。どうして？
だってマリアはベアトリーチェと遊ぶんだもん。だからエンジェとは遊べない。
Is this after Ange was like, yeah, Beatrice isn't real, Or... I don't know when this conference is supposed to be.
ベアトリーチェと遊ぶって。
It's got to be either before the formation of Mariage Sorcière, or well, before Ange was added into it, or after Ange had her meltdown and was like, Beatrice isn't real.
かに一人で行ってぶつくさ独り言を言いながら本を読んでるだけだろ。
Or not Beatrice isn't real, but right, Ange had that meltdown about Sakutaro. Yeah. This is at least after the portrait. If the portrait was 1984? Okay. So it's either 1984 or 5. Jessica slightly regretted that she hadn't been more tactful. However, she couldn't wipe away that uncomfortable feeling she got every time Maria talked about Beatrice. And that feeling slipped out through her words.
一人じゃないよ。ベアとも一緒だ
の。Maria may be young, but she does know how to read a person's tone. She immediately burst out in anger, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Normally, Rosa would have stopped her at this point. However, she happened to have gone to the bathroom at that moment. Okay, this was 1984. Literally 1984. So there was no one to calm Maria down.
ジェシカはかわいそうだね。毒素の塊だもの。ベアとはまだまだ魔力が弱いから、ジェシカの前になんか現れたら焼き散らされてしまう。でもね、いつかきっとジェシカの前にも現れてくれるよ。誰の前にも。そして黄金鏡の扉を開いてもらうの。でも招かれるかわからないね。だけどマリアだけは連れて行ってもらえるの、黄金鏡に。でもジェシカはダメだよ。ジェシカはダメ。ベアトリーチェのことをバカにする無知猛昧愚昧曖昧、愚かも極まれりの汚らしい毒素まみれの人間風情。
Dang, she's just unloading here. Holy cow.
ベアトリーチェのことをバカにされた時のマリアと来たらまるで別人さ。
マリア二重人格説なんてのもあったな。
二重人格。ああ、そいつは多分ぴったりな表現だろうな。あるいはそれがマリアにとっての理想の人格だったのかもしれない。
自分のなりたいもう一人の自分を生み出すの話か。
Not serious, but feel bad enough for Jessica that you wish Rosa was there. Oh my.
なんで私のモットーを知ってんだよ。
難しく考えるな。頭痛になら。
I guess that's his catchphrase. Don't think too hard about it, you'll just get a headache. It was something Jessica once told Canon. She had been talking about how anyone can create another self in the image of the person they want to be. I think we heard those words somewhere near the beginning of the second game. Now that I think about it, some very interesting stuff's been mentioned since very early on.
誰だって自分が本当になりたい自分があるんだ。でもなれない。生活やしがらみの中に今の自分がいるからこそ、今の自分を変えるなんてことできやしないんだ。
create another self in the image of the person they want to be. Hmm.
そうだな。
Jesse versus Jessica. They're grade 35B.
自分を変えるとは環境も変えるということだ。それは容易なことじゃね
え。だから私は今の自分はそのままに、本当になりたい自分をもう一人生み出すことを思いついたんだ。
両家のお嬢様であることを強いられ窒息しそうな日々に、お前はなりたい自分を見出した。
だからって家で破天荒はできないさ。母さんに怒鳴られるのがオチだぜ。だからそうした。家にいるおとなしく親の言うことを聞く私に加え、本当になりたい私をもう一人生み出したんだ。
家ではおとなしく親の言うことを聞き、表ではやりたいようにやる。正しい生き様だ。胸を張れ。
ありがとう。まあつまりなりたい自分ってのはその気になりゃ案外作り出せるもんなんだよな。マリアも同じなんだろうと思った。
興奮してまくし立てるマリアもそうだというのか。
あれこそがマリア、そう思うことがあるよ。
親族で一番の年少で可愛がられてはいるが、尊敬されているわけではない。
何を知っても覚えてもそんなのは親族の誰かが知ってる。マリアにバレることは何もない。私たちはマリアが何かを覚えるたびに微笑ましく褒めてたつもりだけど、ひょっとしたらそれが彼女を傷つけていたのかもしれない。
マリアは何かの権威になりたかったということか。
It's something that all young boys and girls think when they want to shake off their childhood. It's not a bad feeling when you learn something new and your parents praise you. But when you realize that your parents already knew that thing, it sometimes feels like they're talking down to you. When a kid learns their one-digit times table, their parents will probably praise them. However, inconsiderate parents will sometimes ask mean questions like, what is 11 times 11? Or what is 16 times 16? Or something similar. If that happens, the kid will lose his feeling of accomplishment. He will start to feel as though he could never surpass his parents.
だからマリアが誰も知らないオカルトに関心を持ち、その知識を深めていったのは容易に想像できる。多分マリアにとっての理想の自分というのは、みんなに尊敬されるオカルトの権威の自分なんだ。
普段の生活でオカルトの話ばかりしていたらローザにぶたれるからな。
Darn it, Rosa.
お前がそうであるように、普段はもう一人の自分を隠しているというわけだ。
私はこんな時のマリアをそうだと思ってる。いや、本当の自分が普段の自分を塗りつぶしてしまったと言うべきかな。 私もそういうのをちょっと覚えが。真相の令状に憧れて病弱な自分になれたらいいなと思って、咳する真似ばっかしてたら悪い癖になって。
咳込めば周りが優しくしてくれるからか。
Oh, wait, so she doesn't have asthma? Wait, what? Or did she get asthma? Wait. Huh? You know, it hasn't really featured much for a while. So, I sort of forgot she had asthma. But, like, does she actually have asthma, or is it just an act? But she has an inhaler. And at one point, it seemed to be rather important that she get her inhaler because she was having a coughing fit. Huh. Unless that was to distract from something else. I don't remember when that happened. That might be an important clue.
Yeah. 嫌な話の流れになった時とか、空気悪い時とかに流れを断ち切れるし。
The first time we hear about and see the asthma attack was when Ava was accusing Natsu in episode 1. Natsu was waving the gun around. Okay. Yeah, it fits with this then. So I guess it's not a super important clue or anything. Yeah, it immediately diffused the situation. Okay.
なるほど。それもまたお前のなりたいもう一人の自分なんだな。
この話は内緒で頼むぜ。
And just what is Maria's other self? An authority on the occult who can out-argue even adults? Or else, does it have to do with her relationship with witches? Either way, denying Beatrice in front of Maria is clearly taboo. In her search for something more than her everyday life, Maria found it in Beatrice and inside herself. In that case, is going to the Golden Land with Beatrice Maria's wish?
話が脱線したか。まあそんな感じで、ローザおばさんが戻ってくるまでマリアは癇癪を起こしちゃって。よせばいいのに、私も売り言葉に買い言葉で返しちゃって。
ベアトリーチェなどいるわけないと。
そんなとこ。
Oof.
いるもんなら合わせてみろよって。マリアが大泣きしだした頃には、さすがに失言が過ぎたかと後悔もしたぜ。
それで
親族会議自体は私が一方的にマリアに対しギスギスして終わり。マリアはケロリとしてたよ。一人でどこかに行ってまたベアトリーチェと一緒に遊んでたうんぬんと楽しそうに語ってたから。私を含め誰も頭ごなしに否定したりなんかしない。もうそういうものなんだと思って聞き流して無視してるってのが正解さ。
親族会議の話はそれで終わりなのか。
この話自体はね、私がしたいのはこれが終わって親族がみんな帰ってからの話さ。
Even after the conference ended, I still felt a bit uncomfortable. If Maria had just stayed mad, we would have made up with each other. I could have put it all behind me. But since Maria got over it, it felt like I was the only one unsatisfied.
おやお嬢様、どうなさいましたか？お暗い顔をして。
ああ、熊沢さんか。いや別に大したことは。親族のみんなは無事に帰ったかな。
時間通りならもう新島の空港に着かれているでしょう。お嬢様もお疲れ様でございました。
私は何もしてねえぜ。使用人のみんなも本当にお疲れ様。
昨日のマリア様との喧嘩をまだ気にしておられるのですか？
ああ、まあね。
子供の言うことではありませんか。お嬢様ももう高校生なのですから深く気にすることもないでしょうに。
熊沢さんはマリアのあれ、子供の言うただのザレ言だと思ってる？
ベアトリーチェ様のお話でございますか？
熊沢さんもベアトリーチェ様と来たもんだ。
Beatrice is the name of grandfather's mistress, the person he's still infatuated with. I realize that as a servant, Umasawa-san can't speak of her indiscreetly. Still, that's now become the name of the fictitious witch who lives in this mansion. And it's almost natural for people to call her Sama.
ベアトリーチェなんて私たちが森へ行かないよう大人がでっち上げた階段だぜ。それをいつの間にかマリアが面白がって本当にいるかのように振る舞い出しやがった。
Oh, this scene's gonna go on for a while. I think there's a decent talking point soon. Okay, good, good. Thank you.
そんなことを言っては罰が当たりますよ。ベアトリーチェ様はいるのですから。
だからさ、そういうのダメなんだよ、生理的に。ジョージ兄さんの話じゃねえけどさ、サンタなんかいるわけねえとまで騒ぎはしねえぜ。だからってサンタが本当にいるわけじゃねえ。
それは間違いですよ、お嬢様。
Wait a minute. Santa doesn't exist? No!
間違い？
はい。万物、八百万には神様が宿っておられます。同じように、この島、このお屋敷にはベアトリーチェ様が宿っておられるのです。神様と同じくベアトリーチェ様も敬っていれば何も害はなしません。お嬢様の言うようにいないも同然でしょう。しかし敬いを忘れれば必ずや罰が当たります。これは何もベアトリーチェ様に限ったことではないのですよ。
罰が当たるなんて上等じゃねえか。会えるもんなら会ってみてえぜ。
お嬢様、そんな罰当たりではいけませんよ。
This
お嬢様。
is that the stopping point you were thinking of? Oh. Go add more? Okay. Yeah, because I do want to end soon here. Getting near midnight.
本日はお疲れ様でございました。
シャノンにゴーダさんさ、ベアトリーチェの話は知ってるよな？
まあ存じているといえば存じておりますが、それが何か。
The two look at each other. They look like a pair who had just heard a clueless person suddenly utter a forbidden word.
ぶっちゃけ聞くぜ。
Jessica's clueless.
いるの？そんなお化け。
いるかいないかと言われれば、それはいないでしょうが、多分。
Probably.
私はきっといらっしゃると思います。
どうしているって？会ったことあるの？
直接会ったことがあるわけじゃありませんけど、その。
Shannon spoke in detail of how she'd sometimes feel a strange presence or see a silhouette while doing the midnight rounds. And each time she started, Jessica would immediately cut her off, saying she must have seen it wrong or been mistaken. Huh. But also, like, did she not see Beatrice by this point? And get the brooch? Brooch? Yeah. I thought she would have gotten it before 1984. But, I don't know. Maybe 1984 was when she got it?
もちろんですとも。
Well, I thought Shannon would have gotten the brooch from Beatrice before 1984. Or, well, yeah, she met Beatrice before getting the brooch a few times, I think. No, it wasn't before 1984? Portrait was already there. Maybe? You met Beatrice the first time? Oh yeah, I guess she knew who it was because she saw the portrait. So yeah, I guess the portrait was there. Huh. But so then, did meeting Beatrice a few times and getting the brooch, and also well, I don't know, did the date with George happen in 1984 or 1985? Maybe it happened in 1986, I don't know. Before the family conference. I don't know. Probably not that important. I guess there's enough time for her to meet Beatrice a few times, get the brooch, go on date with George and all that. I don't know why, I was just expecting that there would be more time there.
しかしまあ
Goda was being very evasive. Even a man as big as Goda was apparently unable to deny the existence of someone he'd never met. This really didn't sit well with Jessica. She was a resident of this mansion herself. They were acting as though someone else, someone she didn't know, was living here. Of course she didn't like it.
ちょっと待った。今の話をもう一度。
と言いますと
貴賓室の話ですか？
Goda and Shannon had been recounting several ghost stories about Beatrice. One of those drew a reaction from Jessica.
そうそう。今の貴賓室の話。面白いぜ。
Goda and Shannon glanced at each other. After all, it hadn't been a cool story to either of them.
貴賓室には午前2時に入ってはいけないですか？
午前2時にはベアトリーチェ様が貴賓室にお戻りになるので近づいてはいけないですか？
そうそう、それそれ。面白いぜ。どの話もベアトリーチェらしきものを見たの聞いたのって体験談ばっかだけど、その話は違うぜ。午前2時に貴賓室に行けばベアトリーチェ様にお会いできるってわけだ。
それはどうでしょう。
お嬢様、ベアトリーチェ様を悪く言った使用人にはたたりがあると言われています。ましてや貴賓室はベアトリーチェ様のお部屋。
いくらお嬢様でもそれはおよしになられた方が。
貴賓室って今は鍵がかかってるんだっけ？鍵は？
鍵はキーボックスにあったでしょうか？
多分源氏様がご自分の席にしまわれていると思います。
マスターキーでも開くんでしょ？貸してよ。
そういうわけには参りません。
お嬢様、好んで不吉な場所に近づくことはありません。
おいおい、人の家を勝手に不吉にするんじゃねえぜ。とにかく私は決めた。マスターキーが貸せないなら貴賓室の鍵はあるでしょ？貸して。
お嬢様。
To Jessica, the expressions worn by the pair felt more like an ill omen than anything else did. In Jessica's eyes, the ill-omened thing wasn't the witch or the VIP room. It was them, Maria and the others who believed in witches. In the end, Jessica forced them to agree, and she made them bring her the key to the VIP room.
ベアトリーチェが本当に貴賓室に現れるかどうか肝試しをしたというわけか。
Okay, this is the spot? Okay. Sounds good. So next time, we'll see What happens when Jessica tries to meet Beatrice? I think back there was better in retrospect. Yeah. That's pretty good. I mean, we can pick up right before the test of courage. Let's see. Tomorrow will be more Last Command. And then Thursday, probably finishing it. Yay, emotional damage. Pain. Then Friday, Library of Runa. I'm thinking the next for Library of Runa, I'll probably do the index. I'm curious to see what the deal is with the prescripts. But yeah, so in the meantime, if anybody's interested in my socials, there they are in chat. We've got links to Discord, Twitter, YouTube. You can always find those links below the stream in the About section or under the socials banner. I don't think there's anything else I need to say. So yeah, in the meantime, thanks for being here. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. I'll see you around. Bye-bye.